Hello, hello. Welcome to another season of BPL, and more importantly, another week of BPL Season 8 playoffs. I am Tekujin, joined by the awesome Mr. Leapfrog, and we have a very important match occurring right now. For those that do not know, with BPL, there are two separate divisions in each tier. So for A-League, there's two groups of two separate teams. Both of those groups then obviously have a one seed. Both of these one seeds are currently in losers' quarters and about to play each other. So Odin versus Black Crown is going to decide which one seed goes out much earlier than I think anyone expected.
Yeah, I think for a lot of people, the anticipation for both these teams' success was at an all-time high, and kind of an early outing for Black Crown. But thankfully, they have another opportunity to bring it back in and get it back into regulation. I think for a lot of the teams, they expect at least one of these two to make it into grand finals, but unfortunately, one of them will have to be eliminated right now. You can see their season history, a lot of success, but then once they got into the actual playoffs, kind of became a rocky road for them.
Well, the thing about BPL is that you can be great all season, but once it comes playoffs time, if you're not on your game, it might cost you. You might go to lower bracket or you might be eliminated because of it. I mean, looking at the match history of these teams, the team that sent Odin to lowers was the team that they lost to in the preseason tourney, Amatori. And then for Black Crown, a reinvigorated Siren Song is what sent them back down. Looking at the rosters here, a lot of very familiar names, and also a lot of individuals who were on the voting form for end of season superlatives. I believe on this team there's three alone. Yep, Laser, Cam, and Crow all, I believe, were in the running for some of those awards. We'll have to see come end of season if they had the votes for it. Meanwhile, over on Black Crown, a very similar conversation. I believe. Wait, why is everyone Winston? You seeing this?
Winton.
honestly, 7 Winstons. That's like BPL beta launch comp. You know?
Yeah, it's one of those things. I love seeing it. I love the camaraderie for a lot of these players, a lot of these teams, and it definitely helps build that sense of team, sportsmanship with everybody. But you can see the actual roster history. There's a lot of cross pollination across for a lot of different players. And again, not no big appearances from season 1 or 2 for any of these players. But I mean, from season 4 and onward, you can see a lot of returning faces for a lot of these players. Very consistent, and it's nice to see a lot of some of these teams or some of these players even having history with on the same roster themselves, like with not Cam and Laser.
Yes, and another thing to consider for Black Crown, if you saw in the little team previews there, Shoreline Pie was the winner of last season's A-League. I believe it was the final grand finals match was pretty close. I think it went to last map in the series, and they took Li Zhang, I believe it was. And so there's like back-to-back candidacy potentially here, right? But obviously, if you want to get that far, you need to get past losers' quarters first. So I'm sure there's a little pressure there as well. Shoreline has been in these types of situations before, so I'm sure that's not too pressing, but it is a factor to take into account.
Of course, I know for a lot of people, it's hard to kind of put that on the back burners for a little bit, but it's always on the back of your mind. You're always kind of thinking to yourself, oh man, we won this last year. Now we're about to be eliminated. I mean, we're nowhere near grand finals yet, so we still got a long way to go. So hopefully they can lock in and start focusing up, because first map has been selected, and it's going to be Antarctic Peninsula.
A map that honestly has not been played that much, I would say, in postseason. Because postseason does allow teams to pick the maps, it has been a lot of Lijiang for map 1. Definitely a place that a lot of players find comfort, and the comps can be a little bit more up to your interpretation. Antarctic, though, with its recent rework, I don't think is that bad of a pick either. It does, I think, potentially force your opponent onto the back foot, because there is going to be less scrim time on it in general. But with the points, it is, I would say, more of a brawly map, but it's a bit more open. You do need some speed to cross that, or else you're going to be kind of getting poked out. We'll see how that plays out. I would assume that Odin picked this because they do tend to play more towards poke comps with Cam on the Orisa and Laser on the hit skin DPS role. But I believe as we look at the bans, that signature Orisa has been banned. So Black Crown wanting to start on the right foot and just nerf Cam in any way that seems possible right at the start. Get that first map potentially under the belt. Meanwhile, Odin will go ahead and ban the Pharah, not wanting to deal with the flying hero.
You know, Pharah being banned on Antarctic, not on my bingo card, so definitely a surprising pick to see there, but it could be one of those targeted bans as well. I mean, we already saw that Cam taking the front-loading focus when it comes to the bans. Maybe that Pharah is targeted towards another player as well on the side of Black Crown. So we're going to have to see if that plays a factor into this first point, this first map in particular. I'm excited to get it started. Again, we are on loser side of the bracket, so unfortunately one of these teams will be eliminated, but it's first to 3, so they have plenty of time to make adjustments. So let's get it popping.
Both #1 seeds in lower bracket, hoping to get to losers semis, and we're gonna have to say goodbye to one of them at the end of this series. It's an early exit for one of them. We will have to see who it is, but we're gonna start off here on Anomaly. I believe the renamed point here with the freezer at the top of the point. A quick TP out of spawn from both teams to get back, and we're going to be seeing a pretty similar comp here. Alibi rocking the Xion. Alibi has been playing the Xion quite a bit this season.
Yeah, a couple of variances, obviously with the Xion versus the Tracer in terms of the flanker, and of course the hit scan. We're going to go for Cassidy versus the Sojourn, so hopefully we can see some big picks started off here for Odin.
Yeah, Odin taking quite a bit of damage here at the start. However, Black Crown did use their Cardiac Overdrive quite early, so Huntsman has to leave quite suddenly, and yeah, because of that, when Odin pushes back in, they're able to kind of crunch them. Huntsman, unfortunately, not able to keep that space. However, Shoreline Pie does find Twisted. It is a 4v4, and ooh, Cam goes a bit farther. They do have the point, so I mean, you do get some percentage here, but this should be a fairly quick flip in favor. Whoa, tracking. Don't worry, us tank players can forgive that tracking from time to time.
Yeah, with the smaller hitbox, it's a lot harder to kind of close that gap a little bit. But either which way, I mean, this fight's been extending so long that Cam actually made it back to the point, and Black Crown is still yet to set foot on this objective.
That's very unfortunate. The focus fire there was a bit crummy, and now Huntsman going down as well. Yeah, they were up 2, one of which was against the tank. They just, I feel like they got lost in that side room.
They got lost in the sauce. 40% and counting for Odin, so they're definitely counting their stars there. Because I mean, when Cam overstayed their welcome, wound up falling super early on in that fight before things got really ramped up. They're still able to get back into it, but that's all thanks to Lucio.
A massive Kitsune Rush with the slam going to come in, doing so much damage. A nice little TP to try and stay alive. Nope, not going to help you out. Cam cleaning up with the double miniguns. And yep, that's going to be 4 for Cam. A very fast team kill. We're entering last fight territory here.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a lot harder. Again, with no Lucio, your recontests, your re-engagements are going to be a lot slower getting back into it. I mean, the Kakai Sanctuary helps out a ton, maybe in this next cage fight from Cam, but I mean, hopefully AM can make some stars happen with this Kitsune Rush.
Yeah, the Kakai Sanctuary has really been great for countering these Sojourn ults throughout the season, but it doesn't matter if you go ahead with Malga first. They do burn 3 ultimates.
5. Was it? I think it was 4. 4 ultimates on the side of Black Crown.
Oh. That's oftentimes something that happens in BPL, is that because you don't want to lose the point, you don't consider the next fight that you have to win, and so they over-ult here. The ult bank now swinging heavily into Odin's favor here for this next fight.
Yeah, I mean, now they're going to have to try to win this. I mean, especially against the Sojourn, Overclock is going to be a lot harder. Hopefully, Tristan can win this 1v1, make it even easier for Laser to get things going.
Ooh, another very nice engagement here. The ease popped by both Malgas. Oh, so low! The Kiriko going down, and now it's going to be Cam next. Black Crown holding on to that with a very nice little engage here.
Yeah, that was great, because, I mean, that's a dry fight they have to win. They actually made out the Pulse Bomb and still wound up surviving that engagement, so gonna be a little bit harder, again, for Odin to try to engage here without the additional firepower, but, again, Laser with the Overclock. I can imagine they bought the Overclock perk, so squishies beware.
We got the beat here as well. Going to probably be using that if they have to get messy in the cage here. But the overclock is going to come in. The bell is popped quite early, and now there is the cage. A massive beat going in from the top rope, and now fighting inside this cage. It's actually Blackcrown going quite low. It's going to be Cam getting traded out though, and once you lose that Mauga, it's quite problematic. But Laser finding two. The Mizuki and the Shion both taken out, and now High Noon here is going to just zone out two of these players. Is Crow going to be able to stay alive? No, Crow keeps a little too far. A nice Suzu though, and he is able to keep the Sojourn up. Laser was so weak. Suddenly Blackcrown taking it back again. Unfortunately, Odin kind of got stuck on the wrong side of the map there.
Yeah, I mean, you know, silver lining, they did flip the point over. So I mean, if they had, you know, kept the point progress going the entire time, they would be already been at 90% territory. So luckily, Odin do have another opportunity to get back into this fight. And now with Kitsune Rush from Agua, this is the win condition.
Trading Kitsune Rushes, I'm assuming, but Twisted down very early. Alibi finds a nice headshot, and now the TP away to keep the Mauga alive is going to be taking a quick second to heal up, see what they can do. Kitsune Rush now second, going to point. The Mauga of Odin is going to be running to point, and now the cage is dropped. Alibi finds another. The Kiriko being taken out gets rid of so much necessary healing when you're against this kind of comp, and just because of that pick on the Agua, Cam is going to fall inside of that cage. You can't do anything by yourself in there without the support.
Okay, Twisted and Laser trying to bring it back. Twisted gets two big picks. Still alive on the point, but very low. Not going to be able to survive for too much longer. Alibi able to shut it down and keep their hopes alive as Blackcrown take that first point. I mean, what great awareness from Huntsman in that situation. Stuck inside the cage fight, but the Kakai Sanctuary coming out at like kind of an awkward angle. He just barely steps his toe outside of it, and it makes it so it's all inclusive in that damage. And you saw Cam immediately get blown up the moment Mauga stepped outside of that Kakai, and that battery to keep him alive was extinguished.
Yeah, I mean, Blackcrown retook the point. We were talking about how they had blown their ult economy, but the ults on the side of Odin, they just kind of piddled them away. They really did not take advantage of the fact that Blackcrown had used 4 of their ultimates. They didn't try and take one strong singular fight. They just kind of slowly used them over time and allowed Blackcrown to get back with an equally strong ult advantage.
Yep, death by 1,000 cuts. That's one of the worst ways to go. But either way, they're changing up their comp entirely. Crow going over to the Jetpack Cat and Laser going over to the Bastion. Now we're gonna see some Catstian in action.
Yeah, this is more of a death by 1,000 bullets type ideology here from Odin, and we've seen Odin play this quite a bit. They've done well with it in the past. The side of the group that Odin was in actually played quite a lot of Cat Bastion in comparison to the other. So this is going to be potentially a bit of a comp mismatch for the side of Blackcrown, not having as much scrim time against it with the full team. Shoreline Pie getting shot just by the regular primary fire, and now with the Mauga going in, Cam taking so much damage. Are they able to stay alive? Yeah, has to leave immediately. Kiri keeping him up for the time being, but the point is going to go in Blackcrown's favor for now.
Yeah, just still playing that neutral game. No big picks on either side, so I mean, they're definitely just kind of playing their time, just letting the DPS kind of get an opening and letting these Maugas kind of capitalize on that from since then. You can see Twisted again, just getting pushed back by Alibi, and you can see Laser going straight back in, this time with the configure, but not going to be able to survive for too much longer as Huntsman's shutting him down like a true hunter.
Yeah, unfortunately, the Mauga is quite good at kind of living that initial Bastion poke, so if you are too visible, you are going to be shot out and not able to burn through that damage. We have multiple fights occurring across the map here. Choose which one you want to watch, either in the side of your screen. Also, look at this cat paw. You see this cat paw crosshair? We're going to need to know that one, Crow. That's a pretty good one. Twisted does ultimately lose that one to Alibi. Alibi finding quite a couple of these flanker 1v1 victories so far. And now, with the Bastion on the side of Odin popping the ult, can they find anyone? The Mizuki going to have to use the teleport, and now things feel like they're getting a little bit desperate for the side of Odin. They are popping ults, trying to stay alive, but no, Cam is going to go down. I mean, 60% and counting, you're down your tank. I think you just have to reset here.
Yeah, this was a really, like, stretched out fight for no reason. I mean, there was a ton of ultimates being utilized on the side of Odin to no success. I mean, we wind up using the artillery strike, we used the cage fight in that engagement, and Shoreline just easily able to kind of shut everything down with just one ultimate, and now they're looking at the first maps being secured with just a simple fight win here.
Cam actually swaps to the Sig, another hero that we've seen them play when the Orisa has not been available or when the time calls. However, already getting poked out quite a bit, trying to hold on to that kinetic grab just in case they need to get a little bit more close and personal. But Alibi once again, I mean, good lord, Alibi with two from Alibi. That's it. That's going to be first map. Alibi with three, four, make it 5 for all we care. Good God, Alibi saying, I don't care if you are undefeated on your side of the bracket. Welcome to the lower bracket. We're taking map 1.
Unreal. I mean, and that's kind of strange. Like, normally when you see the Cassidy's the one that usually is in charge of taking care of the Tracer, being like the CC tool needed, the anti-flanker. But Alibi just completely lighting up the kill feed time and time again, always starting off every engagement with a pick, with the execution shots, just been using him with perfect execution.
I mean, yeah, multiple instances there where Alibi just opens up the fight like a can opener and just totally flips it into Black Crown's favor. And with that, that means that Odin is going to be picking the next map again. This time they do, I believe, have Ban as well as the loser. I don't know if we would expect King's Row here. I know that Orisa is great on King's Row. King's Row is kind of, once again, the default pick for the hybrid map. I doubt we'll be seeing any Numbani here, just because of the dive aspect of it. Although, if you think about it, Black Crown do have to play Epic Shock at some point, which is not bad by any means. It's just Epic Shock does have a more specific hero pool than Huntsman with the Wrecking Ball as the preferred hero, right? So that is something to take into account as Black Crown, like, hey, when do we want to put Epic Shock in for that map? Meanwhile, on the side of Odin, like, I don't know, you're obviously quite good on all of the hybrid maps, but you just lost the Malgav mirror. The Xion was clearly an issue. Maybe we use our ban on the Xion there. What do you think the pivot is here for Odin to get the momentum back on their side?
Yeah, I mean, now that, you know, Orisa's no longer going to be banned on this following map, or for the remainder of the series for that matter, I feel like it's going to be a lot easier for them to kind of lean into their playstyle, whatever their original game plan was coming into it. I think things were definitely thrown for a loop having to go for that Malga, you know, mirror comp. However, you know, Xion being kind of a nuisance for them with Alibi, it may not be a bad option started off. I think that's definitely one of those characters that can put a thorn in your side. Not a whole lot of playtime I've seen over the past few weeks with them. I mean, a lot of players have attempted to go with the traditional Sojourn and Tracer style, but, you know, with these random off-meta heroes, they definitely kind of throw a monkey into the wrench.
Yeah, and, you know, something that I would like to see, obviously, if they don't choose to ban the Xion, the 1v1s where Twisted is currently trying to handle Alibi by themselves is currently not working, and that, once again, that's not like solely their fault. There's things that you can do aside from like getting out mechanicked or whatever for certain fights. You can send one of your healers to be more of like a secondary flanker with your DPS in order to give them a bit more survivability and provide extra pressure against that lineup if that is a problem. Or you could pivot even to a comp that is a bit more CC oriented, like a Cass potentially. King's Row is going to be the pick here. As an Orisa team, I shouldn't say Orisa team, but Cam is very good at the Orisa. Like, we all know this. There's a reason that it was banned from map 1. The Orisa will do great on this point. So, as we head to King's Row, I'm almost expecting a Xion ban, unless they feel like that was a bit Mickey Mouse. We will see what they choose. Yes. Oh, wait. Black Crown bans Xion?
I guess, you know?
I would have to assume that's supposed to be Odin.
You would think, right? Yeah, okay. I was gonna say, I was like, you know, control your own fate, but yeah, you're definitely gonna be a Xion ban from Odin. They want to kind of cut off Alibi at the kneecaps, just kind of force him onto another hero. But I mean, judging on how they were playing, I feel like they're just their awareness of kind of keeping good tabs on Twisted throughout the entire fight. I mean, Twisted was definitely doing a phenomenal job of just like spacing and just trying to, you know, flank as best they can, but when you have players like that can completely control and zone off a section of the map, it's hard to approach. It makes you kind of worrisome going forward in the series, because, I mean, again, if you bank on just getting rid of the Xion for this one map, you have to remember that's your only time you can ban her, because now she's going to be available for the remainder of the series.
Yep. And meanwhile, on the side of Black Crown, a very dangerous ban, I think, is the Kiriko ban for a lot of teams. Kiriko obviously is a staple of competitively viable Overwatch comps at this point throughout all of Overwatch 2's lifespan. But because of that, because she's so diverse in the comps that she can work in, some players don't necessarily perform as well if the Kiriko is banned and they have to go to another hero. Because of that, the Kiriko ban is always interesting to me because to me it is like, okay, our Kiriko player is more flexible than yours, right? Our support line is more flexible than yours. We don't think that your Kiriko is going to be as up to snuff on the off roll as ours is. So I'm interested to see what both teams choose in replacement of that Kiriko. That's always a fun little kind of micro game within the game between these bans. But as we head to King's Row, expecting an Orisa of some sort from Odin. Obviously, the Xion is taken off the board as well. Does that open Twisted up to being a little more free on the flank, or is Alibi just now going to swap Tracer and continue the diff?
I mean, who knows at this point? Anything's possible when it comes to Overwatch. I try not to leave anything up to chance and try to just, stay in control for most of the engagements. But I think Tracer's always been one of those like super flexible characters, very versatile in how she can play. She can play super aggressive, continuous flanks to kind of put a lot of stress onto the support line. And now with no Kiriko, it's actually kind of concerning, because now you don't have access to a guaranteed survivability from a pulse bomb. So gotta put a little strain onto the support line. And you already talked about it, a lot of Kiriko players typically are like the main Kiriko players for their team. I would love to see what they would like to make their transition and swap over to for this map.
Okay, so the swaps for this map, Epic Shock does come in, currently hovering the ball. We actually have quite a few swaps here. I'm just going to run through these, okay? So Epic is in for Huntsman, and Sir Technical is in for Oracle. That's for Black Crown. Meanwhile, on the side of Odin, we have Noctara in for Twisted and Agua in for DPS. So both teams opting to do all of their swaps for this map. Obviously, BPL has a rule where all players that are currently available have to play, and because of that, they are wanting to make sure that they don't have to potentially do those swaps later at a less opportune time. Because of that, some people might view this as like the B roster matchup for both of these teams, but you gotta remember, this is A-League. Like, you're often swapping out a player for someone just as good. Like, maybe their hero pool is different and they're 100 SR lower, but A-League is kind of stacked right now. I wouldn't be too concerned about the swaps. It just means the comps are gonna be a little sillier, like Epic Shotgun Ball.
Yeah, of course. And that's what you kind of want to do, right? You don't want to be on match point and be like, okay, we have to sub in somebody who's been cold relatively, sitting and waiting. So get your subs out early, make sure you get your team some playtime, and who knows, maybe you'll find some better success off for map number 2.
Wait, who's helping? Someone help Noctara. Yeah, I mean, even though the sleep comes out and does sleep Epic Shock there, the high ground is immediately having to be given up. Wait, where is Cam?
Where are we going?
Cam, where are you? Why are you? You're a defender, not an attacker. Oh my lord, I do not. I would love to know the story, the odyssey that Cam just partook in, because how the hell do you end up back there?
I mean, yeah, desperately searching for mega health packs, and your supports are fighting for their life. Definitely one of those situations where I hope we can get a run back, hopefully get another opportunity to recontest it. And with Aqua falling, I don't know if we're going to even have another opportunity, because that's going to be the first point already in favor of Black Crown.
Epic Shock is really low. Going in quite aggressively here. Are they able to take the point? I think that they're going to give it at this point. Yes, they do give it. Shoreline? All right, there we go.
Yeah, again, the ball from Epic Shock definitely making things a little bit tougher for them. You see Noctara was in a really good spot, and again, get that great sleep dart and, able to control that ball for the time being. But you have to worry about the 4 other teammates on the side of Black Crown.
Epic Shock is going to be having a very fun time against this Orisa. Just the amount of CC potential. But so far, doing a good job of avoiding it so far. I mean, obviously, focusing the backline, not giving much care to the front line right now, and because of that, the backline is being distracted. Ooh, a nice little spear there. Is Epic Shock even? Oh, and the root. Are you kidding me? The Orisa ult and the Zen ult come out here, both kind of for naught, but that'll be the classic King's Row first arch hold.
Of course, of course. And honestly, I'd rather, if I had to trade any ultimates, I don't mind trading out the Zenyatta ultimate, but you do have to pay attention to Alibi again. I already talked about how strong they were on the Xion, but now we have access to the Nano Blade. Oh, they're going to have to make things happen right now.
Wait a minute. Wait, hold on. Epic Shock just took all of the Ana utility, and that allows the Genji Blade to come in and just absolutely tear apart the backline. Beautiful heads-up play there. I'm sure there was a bit of communication there being like, hey, Ana has nothing. You're free to get that pick. And now Epic Shock also finding Cam, just finding 3 in that fight. The Genji Blade not actually getting the final slices there. It's the miniguns on the rolling mech that do the job.
Yeah, stealing the glory. That was definitely all Genji, but it doesn't matter. As long as they get the fight win, I don't think they mind too bad. But again, an overclock coming up from Black Crown, so this is going to be a tough way to survive. So I think we're going to have to utilize the Kakai Sanctuary to make sure we don't lose anybody too early on.
Mines come out, and the spear is going to immediately pin Epic Shock to a wall. Meanwhile, these mines do just give them a little bit of extra free space. The push is not going to be able to come out right away from the side of Odin, but they're obviously going to want to stop this card before it gets too far. Holding at the very end of this point can be problematic. You'd love to hold that corner, and yes, here comes the push to that first corner. Epic Shock going back in without any armor, potentially a little dangerous there. And look at this fight on the flank. You see this? We have a big fight happening on the flank, but Shoreline Pie getting found by Laser. Laser's had a great season so far. They've been hitting some crazy shots, and now Epic Shock realizing with that pick, they're able to go a bit more aggressive. Laser going even further, and Cam finding the follow-up onto Alibi. Right now, Epic Shock is going to be going to the back of the card. Does anyone notice? Does anyone notice? Yes, here it is.
They caught it. They caught it. I was holding my breath for a second. Not sure if they noticed, but yeah, Laser definitely getting the win in terms of the Sojourn mirror match. And again, Laser's just been lighting up the kill feed. I mean, you already talked about his MVP potential nominations, but you can see Aqua on the prowl, not gonna be able to get the stick, but still a lot of resources being strained. I mean, Ana just forced to just ignore the Tracer, just 4 heals into the ball to try to keep him alive, not gonna be able to survive, and Laser finally takes care of Epic Shock.
Nice little spear there as well. Shoreline going in with the overclock into the Kekai Sanctuary, says, fine, if you don't want me out, I'll just come in. And now Alibi on the point, trying to stay alive. A massive Terra Surge coming in. That's gonna get 2. It's 2! It didn't matter which way they went. It was covering both sides of the street. Should have looked both ways before you tried to go into that Orisa ult. And now, because of that, Cam is going to find a beautiful, beautiful stabilization on this point. Crow does go down, unfortunately, but finding Epic Shock. A minute 50 left here.
Yeah, I'm one of those things, I'm starting to get a little concerned now, you know, time becoming a factor for these guys. Wow, look how fast they capitalize on the flanker. You can see Ally was just trying to creep around, maybe hope to get a little sneak around, maybe get a little last second C9, but not going to work out. Laser does fall early on, so now this is a win condition for them.
Yeah, Laser going down, not what you want to see, and especially with that Kakai Sanctuary now, there's going to be a lot more point presence available. Look how low Cam is. The nade has to come out to keep Cam alive. The gold as well. And now Shoreline Pie on the side. No heals. Has to wait for that healing Costa to come in really quick. There's this nano gun going on. It's going to be the nano blade, surely, right? No, it's going to be a nano onto the Tracer. Tracer going in, trying to find anyone. Can they get them? No, the heal from the Mizuki is able to do so much, and now the overclock from Laser, who's back in the fight, ready to try and take off the head of Shoreline Pie. Nothing for the time being. Pulse goes wide, no one found, and now 55 seconds left. Things are breaking down, devolving. Agua 1, a nice healing Costa, accidentally heals the Tracer, what you love to see if you were the Mizuki there. And now a big minefield here. Does this cover them? Does this help them get this point? The Mizuki trapped. Is anyone able to get them? No. No, because the Orisa is just paddling everyone into this. I mean, everyone is so low. It's so scrappy right now. Shoreline Pie, 1 health on the side. I'm sure that's getting calmed. Yes, look at Cam go so aggressive here. That's Shoreline Pie pick. A spear finds Sir Technical. And now because of that, they're going to be up on Cam with 3. It doesn't even matter that Laser was found by Alibi. 22 seconds left. I mean, they get a touch because of the ball, but what can you string together?
The scramble, the absolute scramble from this Wrecking Ball comp is not working out for their favor. They're not putting any type of stress onto Odin. They're looking nice and solid. They've got tons of ultimate to stop it here for this final 5 seconds. They have to trigger overtime. You can see Epic making the approach to the point, but they have to find an opening.
The nano just onto the Genji. A massive anti-nade with the Terra Surge. What a beautiful combo. Don't even need to worry about the elimination coming from it. It's plenty of damage. No healing available. And a classic spot for the King's Row payload to stall out. Just right in front of second point choke. That is such an unfortunate spot to end because so many pushes go to die there.
I mean, what clutch Ana play from Noctara.
Yeah.
I know they just got subbed in. But I mean, you saw how many antis were coming. I mean, look at it, 11 assists on the side from an Ana player. I mean, I wouldn't say rare to see, but it's very difficult, especially when you're going against a Wrecking Ball comp. That's like the tried and true to try to deal with an Ana player. But no swaps necessary, as you see Odin finding a win condition again. Stopping at just shy of second point and looking pretty solid going to this next attacking attempt.
Yeah, and I think if you're Odin, you're going to be very happy with this. You have a very clear win condition. You don't even have to get the third point. You have a very nice spot. You have a very clear goal that you can look to achieve. And because of that, you're able to be a bit more cognizant of kind of how you are spacing your ults out. I think that's a very big thing that oftentimes teams forget kind of dictates who ultimately wins these is the ult economy. The ult economy game is so important, and oftentimes because Odin now knows exactly where that cart ends, they'll be able to understand how many fights they need and therefore how to use their ultimates more effectively.
100%. And that is something super important to notate. Is like when you don't really know where your point's going to end at, you can't really gauge what ultimates are going to be required here. And I think Odin's definitely struggled a little bit with trying to utilize some ultimates in some scenarios. So hopefully this win condition opens it up. An early teleport straight to the high ground.
That is disgusting. I mean, it's kind of even right now, but the issue is the defense is able to get back much slower, so the attackers have advantage here just getting in. And yeah, I mean, just that is Symmetra for you. That is what happens when King's Row is played like your average comp game where you're playing on the low ground and you don't have anything to stop a push to the high. Just absolutely ran over.
I mean, yeah. I mean, you want to talk about steamroll? I mean, that was lightning fast. I looked up, and next thing you know, it was 3 picks on both sides of the coin. So I mean, even though you got a couple picks on the other side to trade it off, it's not going to matter. They quickly take care of the teleporter, so half of their team is cut off, and you see Alibi making the change over to the Pharah, and again, another character that they could have under their belt that could stir things up a little bit.
Yep, and we're going to see Epic Shock obviously being on the Sigma, a change of pace. The ball is so hard to play into Orisa. Like, we can all acknowledge this. They did what they could. But because of that, the Sigma is going to be a better matchup here, just allow for a little bit more poke. And with that, Pharah as well, the poke is going to be the name of the game. Agua found yet again a little too far, and even though the point is through the choke right now, it's going to roll back a little bit, and this is going to be what decides, unless Alibi gets shot like that.
Yeah, pulling off a major laser. Able to take care of the Alibi right off the rip. You see Cam playing a little aggressive. Got to slow it down just a smidge. Wow, that was crazy. But the nano comes out of the Cam, keeping the fight going, just going straight to the backline. And you see everybody just strained for any bit of support.
That is unfortunately 2 ults used on Cam with the nano as well. But I mean, they do have great man advantage right now. Agua's just beaming Epic Shock down. Epic Shock badly needs help, but I mean, this just might be the map. Your tank is dead. Obviously, Cam is going to be back faster. You have Overclock here just ready to go. This might just be it. That might be the map. Black Crown with a very, very unfortunate attempt here. The ball to try and touch again. Is anyone able to touch? No, the boop. Epic Shock does get on here, and now back on that Wrecking Ball against the Orisa. What are they able to do? I'll tell you nothing, because they're antied right now, and they're rolling into the Soj E. I mean, man, that's a strong response back.
I mean, yeah, what a way to equalize the series. I mean, Odin completely obliterated on this map. Or I'd say Black Crown obliterated. Odin was the one doing the obliterating. I mean, again, we already talked about banning the Orisa on that map number 1 may come back to haunt them, because now you have to struggle with this Cam Orisa for the remainder of the series. And you see here on the play of the game, I mean, doesn't matter whether you're playing off on the corner, whether you're playing on the high ground, he will find you and he will hunt you down.
I couldn't imagine this match going any other way than them going tit for tat, and because of that, we are tied up 1 apiece. As we head into the next map, I think that we're going to take a quick break here, just a sec, and don't go anywhere. This might be the biggest match of the season.
Yeah, I know there's going to be a lot of action coming your way, so grab a snack, take a bathroom break. We'll be right back, and we'll see you guys in a minute. Welcome back, everybody, to the lower end of the playoff brackets for the A-League. Again, we're coming into the series all tied up, and I'm excited to see what adjustments are going to need to be made to see who's going to move on and who will be eliminated. I'm Mr. Leapfrog. Join me tonight, Teku again. Dude, you've been awesome.
Yeah, it's been a good cast so far and an even better match. I mean, it's been back and forth so far. Map 1, kind of close, but it did only go to 2 points, so you could say that Black Crown had the advantage there. They did ban the Cam Orisa. I would say Cam's golden, for lack of a pun, hero. But the clapback on King's Row from Odin was rough. It was a very strong response. As we look to the next map, which will be Push, Runasapi is the choice that Black Crown have made, and a more interesting choice they've made is the choice to ban Cat.
Interesting. I wonder if it's just based off the map pick itself. They opt for the Runasapi.
I mean, that's also interesting.
Yeah, despite them being 0-2 on the map, I guess they might just have a lot more experience with playing this map. I mean, they do have, double the map count versus all the other ones, and maybe they put a lot more time into it versus Scrim. However, again, I think with them going back to their previous and original lineup, I think they're going to be at full force going forward.
We got some stats going on here in the back, and to confirm those 2 losses that Black Crown experienced on Runasapi in the past, they were actually kind of recent losses. They weren't at the beginning of the season. It was to Echo Knights in week 4, and then just last week versus Snowdrop, who they did end up beating. But that is 2 recent Runasapi maps that they have lost. Now, obviously, you can't just blow off a map and be like, well, we've lost twice on it, we can't ever play it again. Runasapi is a great map. I think, honestly, personally, one of my favorite push maps in the game. It's very fun and has a lot of playmaking opportunities for a bunch of different roles. With the Cat ban, obviously, they're taking out the Fly Noon, the Catchin, all the annoying stuff that you'd have to deal in Streets phase. But with the Cat ban, that also means that you're potentially looking to play a bit more kind of like a focal point, Yeah, like objective-based focus. I understand what you're saying. Yeah, at that point, it would help out a ton in terms of just like building that synergy with your team again. Because again, for Push, it's all about momentum. And if you can kind of stack 3 or 4 consecutive wins, you can start getting an insurmountable lead going into that match. So hopefully they can find it going into map number 3. But you can see, again, with that Genji ban, another target towards Alibi. This man, Alibi, feels like I have to play the whole roster at this point. A little bit of Mr. Heroes going on. Also, a quick correction. It was not Echo Knights week 4. It was actually Black Crown's other playoff game against Siren Song that they lost Runasapi to. So it's been all of their playoff games on Runasapi. Clearly, they are struggling with it in the playoffs currently. Going up against the number 1 seed, I'm sure it'll be a tough fight as well. But this is the matchup that I think is going to dictate how the rest of this matchup goes. The Cam Orisa versus the Huntsman Mauga. These are the 2 tank players that will likely be playing for the rest of the time for this match. That is no fault to Epic Shock. It's just that ball is tough into the Orisa. How does the Huntsman Mauga match up to the Cam Orisa?
Yep, all comes down. You hit the nail on the head. I think this match is a dictator on who will walk away with the series win. So hopefully they can make it happen, make it flashy as we go into an Alibi back on the tried and true Xion. Twisted going with the Mei instead. No Tracer.
Mei is interesting, and I quite like it. The Mei is so good at isolating tanks if you go out of position. Source myself, I hate Mei. I'm walled off by Mei, and I'm sad. But that is aside the point. As we look at this first fight, it is going to be a bit of a swap of sides here, actually. Black Crown just going ahead and taking the cart, but both tanks so low. And Alibi just being found out, but in the meantime, laser traded from the other side. So it is 4v4, 1 DPS off the side for each, and now Orisa going back in. Cam on fire, but the armor keeping them nice and healthy for the time being. And this is just a slow burn right now. Shoreline right now, finding a second onto Agua. And once that Kiriko goes down, because Odin are choosing to play that Lucio, a hero that we have not been seen played as often as in previous seasons, lack of healing is going to lead to Cam falling.
Yeah, not a whole lot of stabilization in the actual support territory. You have to play a little bit off of the cooldowns, whether that be the Suzu or the amp up. And look at that, Cam already surrendering defeat, going over to the Sigma, so no more Cam Arisa.
I mean, a very fast swap. Obviously, does not expect that matchup to get any better. And here, you know, Avril's theorem of push, you got to keep it in the back of your mind. If too big of a lead is created, the odds of the other team coming back are just close to none. And with that checkpoint already gotten, they need to just have some sort of stabilizing force.
Yeah, again, I've already talked about the lead becoming too insurmountable. And Odin, I mean, they're working on, like, E right now. They need to find an opening pick, and with matching pairs of Kitsune rushes, may be able to help things out. Blizzard as well to kind of clear the point, so now everybody running and scrambling for the hills.
Yeah, I mean, both Kiriko ults just falling over one another, leading to our favorite mini-game of Overwatch, who shoot faster, who do more damage, and ultimately it is going to be Odin that does push it back finally. The ice is used by Twisted there just to stay alive for the time being. But going into the Mauga here, it's very hard to try and push into this. It's going to be many ults being popped here. The wall is going to try and stabilize a little bit for the side of Odin, just block off the overclock from Shoreline Pie, and ooh, it is going to be Crow, just barely being missed by that shot there. And now, as everyone is beginning to split up, Odin taking a wider of a stance here. A nice rock. Is anyone able to get them? Yes, it's going to be 2 followed up. Unfortunately, I think that you could have hoped to have saved that Flux, but at this point, you just need to try and stay alive. Or no! They lose Cam. That's actually disastrous. The Mauga will be back so much faster, and that might stop them from getting that initial checkpoint.
Well, I mean, they do have a Lucio, so silver lining out.
That's true.
They can start speeding people back into it. But again, yeah, you have to worry about Mauga getting back into the fight very quickly in this engagement. And with not a whole lot of resources to their name, they might have to just surrender the objective right away.
Yeah, look how fast they had to back up. Only getting a third of the distance that they had hoped for there. The good thing is they are back fast because of Crow on the Lucio, speeding Cam back to the fight. But as we look to this next fight, Cage and the Mizuki ult for Black Crown, very dangerous, especially considering that Laser, the only one with an ult on the side of Odin, is going to be able to be countered by both of those. But Twisted goes in and is found. Huntsman very low and is going to get found out now. That is unfortunate. That Cage was burned so quickly. But now, as Laser begins to try and do some cleanup, it is a 3v3, but with the Sigma of Cam now walking that cart, the man advantage obviously is going to go into favor of the team with the tank. I mean, they're just walking it away.
Now, of course, when it comes to an objective-based game mode, that's going to be what you need, right? You need some sort of player that can kind of anchor down on the objective and keep that objective moving. And now, Huntsman making the change, and he's swapping over to the Junker Queen. So, gonna see a swap of tanks for both sides of the coin, but now it's just a matter of who can deal with these next big ultimates.
Yeah, a laser with a quick slide out. We are going to see the Kakai Sanctuary to match the Kiriko ult, and now because of that, there's going to be a little bit of aggression from the side of Black Crown, being able to keep that space. Is Shoreline able to stay alive? Yes, they are. The bike's just running down Laser, slide quickly to stay alive, and now the Kiriko rush from Black Crown to retake the space. Huntsman on this Junker Queen, having to make sure that they take as much space as possible, as greedily as they can, with as little damage as possible. A massive Flux coming in. The Kiriko is going to TP out, but are they able to find the Junker Queen? No, a massive Suzu comes out from Ayan, able to keep them alive, and now Shoreline Pie being found. Laser as well, finding Alibi. This should be the checkpoint. The man advantage now going in favor of Odin, and the issue is, because that checkpoint is so close to being the lead, they might get it here with these staggers.
Yeah, 100%. We were so split in that engagement. You saw Shoreline and Alibi completely on the opposite side of the map, while their entire rest of their team are getting caught in Graphitic Flux, fighting for their life on this point, and they still were not able to kind of get any picks for their troubles. I mean, I understand the thought process with trying to split up their team. You don't want to fight a tank and a mini tank of the Mei, so you try to split them up a little bit, but you're running out of time.
I'm very concerned that Huntsman has swapped tanks yet again. Now on the Zarya, just so many swaps coming in. Alibi is going to find the Laser, though. A little 1-2 from the overclock and the bike. Shoreline does go down, but the damage is already done. Thankfully, from the side of Black Crown, they are able to get this going back in their favor. And, you know, it is kind of a one-fight territory for them to take the lead, but it's, I mean, look at the ult bank. The tank swaps have occurred so many times on the side of Black Crown that they haven't had those game-changing ultimates to use.
Nothing to stack up either. Now they have to go into this next fight against the Blizzard and the Overclock. It's going to be very difficult to try to take this lead back, but again, with full charge, maybe a possibility for Huntsman.
Alibi did a quick burnout there in Soji. I was worried that they were going to just explode, like, just from the damage alone. But Twisted on the side now. Overclock from Laser on the side of Odin, trying to find any sort of conversion here. Meanwhile, we have a massive fight occurring with this Blizzard in here. Huntsman has found Twisted, the user of that Blizzard. Meanwhile, the cart now walking back. There is a man advantage. Alibi once again reawakening in this fight. Alibi is found, but Cam going to be able to get walked on so easily now with that shield down. And this is once again a very, very staggered fight that will lead to yet another lead change.
Yeah, very, very back and forth between these two teams. And again, I already talked about, Huntsman being full charge going to engagement. It is a lot harder for their team to kind of stabilize and stop the bleeding. They are very split. I will point out that a lot of these engagements, Odin is on two separate ends of the spectrum, two separate ends of the map, and now hopefully it can come together here with this Graphitic Flux.
Suzu was too early. The Suzu was so early. Is anyone able to find a Kiriko? Kiriko's 1-0. Zarya is found, and that should just be the fight. Thankfully for the side of Odin, they are able to get through that with just the Flux, and you need that so badly, because on the side of Black Crown, they are working up towards a nasty ult bank.
Yeah, so now I can imagine their Crow's probably going to be saving this Kakai Sanctuary just for this Graviton, because I mean, otherwise they have nothing else to kind of stop it. I mean, they can potentially use Suzu, but way too much damage on the table.
Oh, there's a Alibi being sought out by so many people, and Ian is found. The pressure here just taking this middle of the point, and they actually, I mean, this is such a weird fight. Fighting here at the center as the cart is pushed. What an odd choice.
Hey, Tekka, guess what? Another lead change coming your way. And these guys are, again, just very disgruntled, very split in that fight. I mean, again, very bizarre-looking Graviton. I mean, you saw him have to chase him down, stuck into the corner of that middle, elevator bit, and just completely not finding any advantage from that.
They were looking for the pick, but when they didn't find it, they didn't pivot back. That's what they needed. And now I'm worried that this might just be it. We've had lead changes back and forth, but the lead is now becoming so much more insurmountable. It's multiple fight wins that you're going to need just to get it back in your favor, let alone take the lead. And because of that, as we head into this open courtyard, the overclock from Shoreline Pie is going to be so dangerous. There it is. Finds Laser. That's the first one. Kakai Sanctuary used as well. Cam is so low. Are they able to find a second? No, a whiff. All right, it is going to be Agua found eventually. And, I mean, it's just, it's a minute left. What do you do here? You got a Shion ult.
Yeah, I was gonna say we've got maybe the Satsuriki spree, and that's about it for going into this. I mean, granted, Twisted hasn't been finding a whole lot of success or value off of their Blizzards, but it's still an ultimate that you have to deal with, and with it being an objective type game mode like this one, it's gonna be pivotal.
Potentially final fight territory here. The Sigma doing so much damage. Cam doesn't even need to be on the Orisa to be an absolute menace. A nice rock, an unfortunately timed wall. The Shion ult doesn't find anyone. A nice bubble to try and convert. They do find two. Are they able to get anything else? Okay, no one has died yet. That is actually so massive. The only hope that they can have is that this is the start of an incredible snowball.
Yeah, and with only 15 seconds left, it's gonna have to be perfect. Absolute perfection is required for Black Crown to be able to secure this map, because now if they lose this point, if they want to be on the receiving end of a team kill, that will be it for this map. And you see Odin desperately looking for the win right now.
Oracle found out just with the random headshot from Laser, and now a different snowball altogether being thrown out onto the ground, isolating Huntsman. Nothing that you can do about that. And just the ult bank, the lead, it was not able to get flipped back. Odin on Black Crown's pick, take the series up 2-1 and enter match point territory.
Well, I guess we're gonna make that series now 0-3 for this map. Unfortunate for Black Crown. They took the lead back into their favor. They looked very good going into that, the final 2 or 3 minutes. But then all of a sudden, Odin kind of stacked up some bodies, and it just became impossible for them to stop.
That Black Crown map pick might come back to haunt them and lead to the end of their season. I mean, you highlighted it yourself. 0-3 in playoffs on Runasapi. On all 3 of their playoff games. That's unfortunate. And as you look to the next map, which will be a flashpoint, a point that I would say Odin have looked disgusting on, you can't help but begin to wonder, what does Black Crown need to do in order to even have a fighting chance at map 5?
Yeah, they've got to be really nervous going into map number 4 here because again, Odin, this is probably one of their more successful game modes. I mean, you'll see once you go over to the map statistics, this had a lot of wins going into Flashpoint and Control. I mean, granted, tonight's first Control point must have been just a glimpse into some sort of alternate universe, but for all the other times, they've been very, very successful. They've been looking really solid. I mean, even on that push point as well, they looked really, really solid. So I'm hoping we'll see more of that for the remainder of the series. And again, not even on the Cam Orisa. I know we talked about, we're going to see Cam, Orisa, and Huntsman, Mauga for that entire map. And no, we just completely scrapped it and 180 pivot, and we see, the Cam Sigma, and then we see the Huntsman Zarya, and then the Junker Queen at some point. So I don't want to say it was a little scrambly, but definitely need to kind of hunker down and find a composition that's going to work for your team.
There was a definite difference in confidence if you compare the two teams. There was a single tank swap from the side of Odin. Obviously, Cam came out on the Orisa, and upon it not working after the first fight, the Sigma was swapped to, and that's all Cam was on for the rest of the game. We saw Mauga, we saw Junker Queen, we saw Zarya. I mean, just 3 separate tanks throughout a 10-minute game. Or is it 8 minutes or 10 minutes on push? I can't remember.
Yeah, I think it's like 10 minutes. 9
I think
or 10
it's
minutes.
10 minutes. But, yeah, I mean, it's great when your tank is able to be flexible and have a very diverse hero pool, but sometimes counter-swapping can be dangerous. Obviously, we are all a bunch of low elo individuals in comparison to the grander scheme of Overwatch esports, but counter-swapping is not always the golden child that people expect it to be. You are losing out on very important ult economy aspects to the team fights that are very important to have as you try and snowball these games, and losing out on those it's going to cost you.
100%, especially with players like Laser and Shoreline on their respective teams' DPS lines. You get those opening picks and stuff. You need your tank there to can kind of capitalize or circumvent a potential steamroll, right? If you lose a person, 1 or 2 players on your team, maybe you can use an ultimate, kind of staunch that bleed in, bring it back into fruition. But again, when you're making those those swaps consistently throughout the map, it makes things a little bit harder. So I wouldn't dwell on it too much. Again, it's Runasapi, it's push, it happens. So hopefully they can kind of reel it back in with New Junk City. But no, another map they are 0-2.
Why would they pick this?
Again, could be the experience thing. They've had a lot more experience with it, and maybe they want to go to a map that maybe they're looking at Odin not having any map experience on this one.
I mean, yeah, that is a factor. And once again, you can't let your win rates dictate your map choices, because it's so much more important to play the map that is going to favor your play style. Which, speaking of, another interesting ban, the Mauga ban, the character that Huntsman started off playing.
Wait, is that right? Did we get 180 flipped again, or no? That's real. That's real.
Yeah.
What on earth? Yeah, very, very, very confusing for me, because I didn't expect Cam to pull out the Mauga at any point in time during the series, other than just to mirror what Huntsman had brought to the table. But hopefully they're cooking up something to try to bring the series back.
Yeah, I mean, I'm interested to see what it is. Obviously, with the Mauga ban, that does also take Cam off the Mauga. We have seen Cam play Mauga, and if the comp as a whole, like the Mauga comp, is just annoying to play into. Great, you take that off the field. The Mizuki, I'm assuming they're just getting rid of because Mizuki is just a strong support in general. And looking at these comps, I like this pivot from Black Crown potentially. I'm interested to see if they stick with this very get on top of you comp with the Sim and the Reaper and just try and run over the opposition.
Wouldn't be a bad option. Hopefully Black Crown can make it look good as we go into map number 4. Series point for Odin to eliminate Black Crown. Again, 2 number 1 seeds collide here in the lower round 2 of the playoffs. It all comes down to one map to see if we go on and go the distance, or it's going to shut down now. So let's go.
A little bit of Reaper bubble action going on. Love to see it, a tried and true staple of Overwatch comp, and as they begin to make their way... Oh, the wall! A beautiful wall! Is Shoreline going to be able to get out? Shoreline somehow alive. Are they able to find this pick?
I was gonna say, don't say that too early, because I think he still might wind up falling. But Huntsman actually on the objective with a lot of charge, and Cam forced to drop just to help contest this point at some point in time. But look at the HP bars on the side of Odin. Everybody getting super low.
Yeah, it's very back and forth right now. Both teams trading damage. And, I mean, oh, hello, hi, I'm Reaper. I'm Reaper guy. The mage is able to stay alive for a second, but no, Huntsman doing a great wrap around there just to ensure that there's no more pesky walls or ice blocks occurring. And that should be point one. Very, very nice fight. I will say that was good from Black Crown.
Yeah, I'm liking that they're no longer like if you're gonna play like the split style comps, you need to have characters that can actually survive if they get dove on. And with playing Reaper, you saw Shoreline got completely isolated with the wall and was still able to kind of use the fade to their advantage and get back to their team.
Cam swapping over to the Ram. First time we're seeing this one in the series, but Cam has played Ram before. Once again, just because they're super good at Orisa doesn't mean that's the only tank they play. Quite versatile and able to do as much as needed on other heroes. And, I mean, seeing both bubbles burned, is Huntsman able to get away? Yes, beautiful speed, massive speed from Oracle there. And even with the Kitsune Rush, are they able to find them? The Kitsune Rush, they are just running them down. And with that extra little bit of speed boost, they are able to eventually find Huntsman. But Huntsman does get laser. I mean, that is something to consider. I don't think it's going to stop the point flip here, but just a little goodbye card.
Ooh, nice little icicle. Yeah, you want to talk about a goodbye card. There's your postcard for from Antarctic Peninsula, straight to the dome piece. But yeah, honestly, 84% is not a bad percentage to be at. Again, Flashpoint does tick a lot faster, pretty much double the speed of a normal control point. So one fight win will spell victorious for this first objective.
A very fast Kitsune Rush here to respond back quickly. Black Crown trying to take as much space as possible, and with this grab and that ice block, they're going to want to use this grab right after this ice block. We might just see it on the edge here. And Shoreline Pie, spin the win. Pro does go down to that, and in the meantime, the damage onto Laser is enough to be taken out as well. The point has not been flipped. There it is, and that, I mean, that should just be point one going Black Crown. Very nice extended fight that goes in their favor.
Yeah, and again, look at the way that they deal with certain interactions and when they want to approach it. I mean, when Black Crown was getting dove on, you saw that Kitsune Rush, they did a full, almost 360 degree around this objective. And when Odin did it, they kind of got stuck into a corner. And when Twisted wind up having to use Ice Block, left them in a really rough spot where they couldn't just completely back up and leave their mate all by themselves. So luckily, you know, they have a couple of ultimates to their name so they can kind of contest this Flashpoint, but they still got a few seconds before it unlocks.
This fight is so dangerous as to who loses is going to likely lose this point completely just because the ult banks. I have a feeling there's going to be a lot of ults popped here. I'm very worried here, but I mean, look how low Black Crown is already. Like, everyone's very low health. But no, it's Shoreline Pie on low health, finding Twisted, winning that 1v1, and now with one less person, even though they currently hold the point. Okay, 4v4 now, the beat is going to come out, and with the beat already depleting, Laser beamed down by the Zarya on the point, but is anyone able to follow up? No, it's going to be Odin, just in the meantime, while that grab is occurring, crushing the rest of the team.
Yeah, it was one of those unfortunate situations. He saw a couple bodies around that area, thought the grab would find a little bit more success, and look at that, Odin able to survive the Satsuriki spree, the death blossom, or the death blossom in that previous fight, and now, I mean, they only have one ultimate to their name on this next fight, and they got plenty of ults to use, and I already know Q is going to be pressed.
Kitsune Rush into the wall. That's actually going to stop the Kitsune Rush very early, but it doesn't matter. I mean, just immediately followed up with the Blizzard. Very fast team fight win. And, I mean, team wipe. It's just going to be more percentage accruing for Odin here.
Well, Teku, I think you played Overwatch once or twice, because I think you definitely hit the nail on the head when it comes to predicting this point, because, I mean, we're already at 60% and counting, and I don't see a win condition for Black Crown. I mean, that most are going to try to get this Kitsune Rush on the point, and hopefully they can get full charge on Huntsman, but, I mean, time is a factor.
I mean, we expect the Kitsune Rush here to entry this fight just like the past. However, they're waiting for a little bit of util to come out. But Twisted is being found quite a lot. I will say, even though this point has been in the favor of Odin, like, Twisted is getting found out. Meanwhile, Aeon going down is so unfortunate. You're losing so much heals. Even though the Kitsune Rush is used, like, you can't stay alive. Look how healthy Cam is.
I mean, that was crazy. It was so disheartening to see Oracle use beat in that ultimate, because I mean, when you use your ult on that, it just spelled a get out of jail free card for Cam, because then he could have just sat there and just hold block and just walk up straight to the faces of their opponents and just do so much damage. They tied things up. But now, I mean, again, I have no idea who's going to take the. Do you have an insight here, Teku? Because I mean, there's not a lot of ultimates on either side.
I think Black Crown are going to take this. Shoreline Pie with a close Death Blossom, I think, is going to potentially turn this, but this isn't going to be decided by an ult. This is going to be, I think, an overextension issue. Here comes the bubble onto the Reaper. Everyone already spread up too far, and now Shoreline already having to use the Wraith form. And look at the charge! Look at the play, but in a beautiful Suzu. And now you can't follow up on that Reaper. Just able to shoot Cam out. Cam beamed down, and I mean, just beautiful, beautiful kite there from Shoreline Pie. Even though the wall is extremely annoying and a nuisance as you are in Wraith form, the extra speed boost just to get around the corner, and the clutch Suzu from Ayan to keep them alive allows them to take that.
I mean, everybody peeled for that Reaper. I mean, how frustrated do you got to be if you're an Odin player right now? Because you saw the Reaper get so low, they get walled, they're completely isolated from their team. We put all of our resources to kill him, and he still winds up walking away without dying. And now you have to go into this fight dealing with another ultimate, full charge Zarya on top of that. This is going to be bleak. Oh, yep. Just like that, a big triple kill from the Death
They used
Blossom.
Kitsune! The Kitsune Jax!
Why?
The Kitsune went out, but it may as well be a Kitsune Jax. Like that immediate Reaper Friday, says Epic Shock. It is Sunday, but we'll make an exception for the funny spinny death guy. That was a massive, massive just team win.
Oh, 100%. Because now, I mean, they've got grab. I mean, all they gotta do is maybe try to bait out beat, and they get it out. The wall comes out. I mean, this is a great beat, but at the same time, the wall was already there. Oh, man, but Laser gets a pick to start us off. Cam's capitalizing, just steamrolling the rest of them, and you know what? The beat was just celebratory. They knew they were going to win this by the skin of their teeth, and they are going to be able to flip it back over to their favor at 97%.
Okay, so we have a very interesting situation here where there's 3 ults per side, but they're very different ults. The beat, obviously, I think is going to be used to potentially try and survive the Ram ult, but this is very dangerous with the Mei ult. Huntsman has been found out by the Mei ult every time. Twisted has been very good at making sure that there is value from those, and look how far Huntsman is in right now. Separated by the wall, a nice little silver bullet from Laser as well, and here comes the walk, here comes the rush. Are they able to get anything done with it? Hit your shots? Nope, that's going to be the Deadeye, and goodbye,
Yikes.
good night. Alibi is going to be cut from this reality. Meanwhile, the Blizzard has been used on point. I'm not sure it found anything for the time being, and now with the Ramble coming out, are they able to stay alive? A massive Suzu. The Suzus have been massive from Ayan so far, but I don't know if it's going to be enough.
Oh, everybody getting super low. Yeah, Cam.
Wow.
Just being able to hold block the entire engagement. That's what I was talking about.
That's
Unless
point.
you have the damage dealers that can kind of shut him down, he could just sit there infinitely and just block. I mean, the bubbles came out, but I mean, Shoreline winds up falling to Laser. Laser making the change over to Cast has been definitely making a big opening for their team. They're trying to get over to the point, but they're not going to have the bodies to actually survive and trigger overtime. And now, set point for Odin.
You got to win out from here on out. No more losing these points if you want to stay in BPL Season 8. We wouldn't like to see a #1 seed leave this early, but that's how it goes sometimes. And because of that, with Odin perched on the point as we speak, it is going to be Black Crown with a mountain in front of them to surmount.
Yeah, you can't climb this mountain. This is the opposite of Everest, but hopefully it's still something that they can conquer. Because you see, again, Twisted almost being the first pick again. Shoreline working on a Death Blossom. And again, an initial pick right off the rip for Black Crown. This is a great start.
I mean, yeah, that's exactly what you want. And clearly they find the thing that's working is finding Twisted. I mean, Twisted on the Mei, I don't feel like should be dying first. You have Ice Block, you have Wall. And wait, we're committing to this? We're committing?
Yeah, I was definitely questioning that. I mean, same thing. I mean, the last time we saw Agua commit to the Kitsune rush on a losing fight right after a Death Blossom, and this time it's gonna be the opposite. Crow's gonna commit to the beat, and we still find a way to make that Death Blossom successful. Powers through it. You saw the last patch. Lucio took a really heavy nerf to his ult.
I mean, yeah, and if you're Black Crown, you're gonna love that because the ult bank of Odin, which looks very strong right now, is going to be a lot more, just a lot more attainable for you to counter. But I mean, look how much damage Cam is taking. Cam taking so much damage, and that's going to be the Kitsune rush from both sides. Wait, no, yes, both sides going to be creating perpendicular lines in the sand. But for the time being, Shoreline is going to get found, and it's going to be the remaining Kitsune rush that allows Cam and Laser to just do so much damage. A lot was used there, so much, but I mean, it's getting dangerous. I think you have 2 fights left if you're Black Crown.
Yeah, this is getting really bleak here. But I mean, again, we already talked about it several times of Cam and Laser having that camaraderie. They've been on, each other's teams for a couple different seasons now, and that's all we've been talking about all night is the Cam and Laser show. Just been finding pick after pick. The opening, the synergy between these two have been insurmountable.
Oh.
Reaper walled up again, all by himself. They have to use B to keep him alive. Alibi has access to the. Oh boy.
That was such a good heads-up play. Odin has been so used to Shoreline Pie getting isolated by those walls, and even though the walls have not allowed them to get the pick every time, it's allowed them to take space. They overextend, and they are counter-beated and ran into. Such a good heads-up play, but Laser, you have to be careful here. Is anyone even gonna touch? No,
they just gave it up. They just gave it up.
Beautiful heads-up play from Black Crown to keep their playoff hopes and dreams alive. Season 8 still a reality for them. Lower semis still attainable as we head to point 5 here in the ducts.
Yeah, this is big. It all comes down to this, Teku. I have no idea who's going to be able to take this here. I mean, we've got access to a May Blizzard.
Shoreline!
And Shoreline winds up falling super early on. Agua wants to get involved in the kill feed as well, and they're going to capitalize going straight to the jugular.
That's going to be a fight win there. The Silver Bullet lazily taking out Oracle there as well, and this is just cleanup at this point. Extra ult charge for an ult bank that's already looking quite dangerous. The point going to be flipped just now, so not too much percentage being taken right away, but Black Crown coming up on the Death Blossom, which we've seen get value quite a couple times this match so far. The Kitsune Rush as well, a bit faster than Agua's right now. They could have an advantage there if they try and pop it a little bit earlier, but with that high ground, such a nuisance to deal with. Shoreline Pie already trying to deal with the Kiri on the point, and now here comes the drop and the high noon. Shoreline trying to get out, but yes, they have a bubble to get out, and look at the chase. Look at the chase, and Shoreline is already out, taking the high ground and now taking shots at Laser. Finds Laser, just lazily finds him, just comes over the top and says goodbye, but a massive blizzard. Is anything able to be found from it? No. 50% and counting, A and down. You have to pop the Death Blossom here if you want to stay alive. Yes, they use it, Crow down. Agua needs to be found next, but the Kunai eliminating Shoreline Pie, 65% and counting. The Kitsune Rush as well, just to ensure this fight. You could have potentially saved it for later, but 74%? This might be it. Black Crown, right at the end, unable to swap it over.
Yeah, it's all come down to this one final touch. You see Alibi swapping over to the Tracer. The hopes and dreams relying on a single touch just to trigger overtime. They get the trigger to overtime. They somehow make it out in time, but now it's a scramble, a mad dash to the point. They're not going to have any more bodies to contest. Huntsman looking for somebody to bubble. They give it over to the Tracer just to keep the things alive, keep overtime triggered, but they're running out of time and running out of bodies.
The picks coming in on the side of Odin, and the undefeated regular season team will take out their #1 seed counterpart, Black Crown. We will say goodbye to you for Season 8. It was a hard fight, but Odin just... the pressure was too much.
I mean, you couldn't have kept it any closer than that, though. I mean, that went the distance. I mean, all 5 points being going back and forth. You can see right here. I mean, after that right there, I thought definitely was going in favor of Black Crown, especially with that late beat as well from Crow during that one engagement, but they still found a way to bring it back into fruition and still be successful. So big win for Odin, taking down the opposing #1 seed. That's unfortunate for Black Crown, but only one will survive here in the loser side.
Yeah, and I mean, if we're talking about who on the side of Odin allowed this to happen, if we're talking about like player of the match, I think that we have to highlight Cam. Just, it's obviously a team effort, but the things that Cam was doing on some of these maps were just diabolical. I feel like it's an easy shoo-in for the side of Odin to recognize that the player of the match would be Cam in this regard. And it's not like there weren't MVP level performances on the side of Black Crown either. It's just with these games where it's such high caliber from both sides, it's the small moments that make a difference. The small moments where a stray kunai takes out one of your DPS. A stray moment where you're able to stall the point out just for a little extra percentage to ensure that they don't get a retouch. It's the little things that end up counting in the end, and Odin, they take it 3-1.
Yeah, I mean Cam, like I said, very quick to capitalize on those situations. I mean, like you said, an off chance a kunai hits a headshot, he's the first player on there to able to kind of capitalize and close it down. Laser as well was doing some S tier work when it comes to like the silver bullet, or when he was playing Soldier and getting these random, railgun headshots. So big win again for Odin. But again, I have to allude back to the decision making on map choice from Blackcrown. Another map where they were already 0-2 going into the playoffs on that map, and they still pick it anyways. And they did it back to back, both on the push map of Runasapi and on the following subsequent map of New Junk City.
Yeah, I mean, a tough playoff run for Black Crown, and sometimes that happens. Like some teams lock it in during playoffs, and others begin to like lose their footing. And it's no fault of any one person in particular. It's just going to happen in team sports and team games. As we say goodbye to Black Crown, we are going to take a look at our remaining 4 teams, Amatori and Siren Song, obviously in the upper finals, both felling their number 1 counterparts previously in earlier rounds. They will face off. And a reminder, Siren Song was the preseason tournament winner. Their regular season was a bit if I'm a bit honest, but they've come back with a vengeance. That's going to be a great game. Meanwhile, Odin advanced to lower semis versus my team, Caladrius. That should be a good game. Cam, please don't have an MVP-worthy performance against me. I'm begging you. I'm a silly rectangle guy. I just be kind. Be nice.
Yeah, in all honesty, I mean, Siren Song barely made it in. They had to go through the play-ins to actually qualify for the playoffs brackets.
Yeah.
But some teams are like that. Some teams, they just tend to kind of be a little bit more lackadaisical when it comes to the regular season, and then they hit playoffs and they turn into a whole nother beast, but the same type of animal. So hopefully we could see that success go along as Odin fights their way through loser semifinals, and Siren Song's Amatori fighting in that upper finals. But we've actually got a couple more matches happening today, right now.
Yeah, elimination matches as well. You're going to want to make sure to tune in if you can, because this might be the last time we're seeing some of these teams. So make sure to stick around. Also, make sure to check out BPL_2. I think that some people don't realize that we have multiple streams here for y'all, and we want to make sure that you are catching all the games. Before we head out, though, we do want to quickly talk to some of the players of Black Crown. We just had Shoreline Pie and Epic Shock both join us here. An unfortunate end to the season, but you were the number 1 seed for your group, and you did make it quite a ways into the playoffs. How are you reflecting on the season right now?
I just feel like chopped liver.
Honestly, it's just no. This season was a quite fun one overall. So I won't say too much about it. I think everyone on my team had a lot of fun. I think, but I remember coming out of the draft and people was like, why I was taking over half of the draft, didn't pick anyone up. That was too funny. To see I ended up with.
I feel like everyone was like, Shoreline Pie, please bid on someone. But I mean, it obviously worked. You guys made a great team. Also, I will say that I feel like your team had one of the best rotations as far as roster goes in A-League. I think that there was very little difference in quality when you swapped between them, which is a big deal for some teams. So I do have to tip my hat to you on that one. As you kind of look back at the season, were there any matches or points that you felt like were kind of fond memories or fun moments?
Any game with my team was an amazing time. I had a lot of fun with these people.
Wide people happy. That's what we love to hear. Did you guys have any extra final thoughts for the season or anything that you wanted to shout? I know that voting is already closed for MVP and Rookie of the Year and all that stuff, Roll Stars. So it might be a little late to shout for them, but maybe if you throw some energy out into the ether, you'll manifest something.
Albi's my goat. I love him. I think he's definitely the I think either him or Shoreline Pine, the DPS Roll Star. You know what? Next year I'm worth 4K. next year. That's what I'm hoping for.
4K. Okay,
Yeah, that's what I'm.
that's a tough ask. I feel 4K has to be a very special set of circumstances with some other people forgetting to bid up, because I feel like most people at least bid up to at least 10K. But I mean, hey, pin it, write it down. We'll see if you go for 4K.
I'm hoping for at least 4K.
All right, well, yeah, pin that on your fridge, and we'll definitely see that again in the following season. So big congrats again. You guys still finished pretty high on the series. Congratulations for your performance this season.
Yep, thank you.
All right, guys, take care. It was a nice match to watch, and it was close, regardless of what the scoreline was. The maps were close. Also, you were gassing up Alibi. Alibi was having a great game. The Xion was on point. As we look to the next matches, I believe that we have, is it Jack? Is it Captain Jack coming in here to cast the next game? It's either here or on BPL 2. Whichever one it is, stick around or go check it out. We've got plenty of games coming to you. You don't want to miss it as this season concludes.
Good evening, guys, gals, and non-binary pals. We're back with more bad Pachimari League Season 8 playoffs coverage, heading right in to Slime City Monarchs and Hongsa. It is I, Captain Jack, joined by Mr. Leapfrog once again, just here, a little couch casting as we jump into the middle of the fight right now, as we see Hongsa currently up 1-0 after their initial matchup on Control as we head into Numbani to start things off. And I see that we already have some AC 130, so things must have been spicy before we got here, Frog.
Yeah, you gotta call in the Javelin for that one. Just completely shutting down the Castian out of the sky with the Satsariki spree. And yeah, even the players were disgusted on that one. And of course, right when we get in, gotta call for a pause. It's inevitable at this point, because the moment I've been getting back in some of these matches, there's always some weird technical issues with these guys.
It happens, but we'll wait until it shakes out. As we can see, time-wise, they just Hongsa just captured second point, got 4 minutes on the clock, so this has pretty much been a run-it-down mid scenario. 3 ultimates online right now, the Catnap, the Primal Rage, and the Kitsune Rush. For Slime City Monarchs, sitting in a very similar position, a little bit further behind on the downpour for Dawes, but Bandit and Baka sitting comfortably with their ultimates as well.
Yeah, honestly, I taking that second point, for this map in particular, for Numbani, the third point is always like it's almost impossible to stop. So especially with 4 minutes on the clock from Hongsa, they are in a really good position to be able to close it out. I mean, they don't have any huge ultimates other than the Kitsune Rush. They can kind of open things up, but you have to pay attention to what Slime City wants to try to retaliate with. They did wind up just using a crucial ultimate themselves, but they still have access to a potential X factor with the the artillery strike and of course the downpour.
Yeah, I'm interested to see when they're going to end up popping that artillery strike, especially using Bastion here in the air right now, as we see already the utilization of not only the turret mode, but that beautiful Los Angeles Gladiator skin to really get that moving. But gets dismantled by the wind ton of Meme, and that is going to hold them for now.
Okay. Again, looking really solid on the Winston. Yeah, you don't see too many Winstons all too often. It's going to be an early artillery strike from Bandit to try to open things up, but they need to find a way to contest this point.
Yeah, as we go ahead, see the TP Ori utilized to try to get back to Meme from a Giz. Gonna get cleaned up there with the help of that artillery strike and the whole ultimate trilogy there. Baka and Dawes also using the Catnap and the Downpour. They stopped the bleeding, but for how much longer?
Yeah, I'm wondering what they're gonna. Yeah, they're gonna swap over to the Mizuki instead, so kind of questionable. But as mostly they didn't find too much success with the Jetpack Cap, but now we got a ton of ultimates lined up for Hongsa to be able to turn things around.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised that we're not seeing Bandit and Dawes going for, your more traditionals that we see here. But Mara, initial pick there onto Froggy. We're having to see Meme get out of the fight very early, as we can see the cross shot coming out from Lux. Mara with another cleanup there onto the Kiriko. Dawes, final one to fall. With 2 minutes remaining on the clock, that's going to go ahead and lock in Objective Charlie for Hongsa.
Yeah, looking really clean. I mean, they did get the time bank down just a little bit, took it down to about 2 minutes and 4 seconds. So Slime City definitely still have an opportunity to bring it back, but at the same time, it's all up to their attacking pressure. And with Dawes playing the Hazard, I'm wondering if they can kind of match that tempo that Meme has been playing with.
That is true. And as we're kind of catching up on information with the rest of y'all, be sure to take a peek at those bans. We got the Cassidy ban coming in for Slime City. Understandable why they're struggling a little bit here on Numbani, because Hongsa pulling out the Diva ban. So not being able to utilize that pick against Winton is a little struggling there for Hongsa, it seems. But as we take a look at kind of the map details here for Hybrid, Hongsa kind of half and half on this. Have a 1-1 record for Numbani, a little worse record for the side of Slime City, with 1-2 for their map win-loss ratio. So I'm interested to see what they pull out here to try to see if they can bring this back.
Yeah, and again, it's never over till it's over, so I'm not going to count them out quite yet. I've seen, points go as far as 7 or 8 objective caps for Numbani. And double overtime seems to spark some sort of X factor for a lot of these players, but Dawes matching the Winton, going also to try to look for that high ground pressure.
Well, Meme falling incredibly low right now. Baka on the Lucio to be able to give a little bit of additional speed to move in onto the objective. Dawes using that to the best of their ability right now, but Meme Ore getting the initial pick, diving in onto the back line, finds both Silsey and Froggy, and that's going to go ahead and clean up the objective for now as we see them reset.
Yeah, M has been playing a phenomenal Winston right now. Just been going in and out of fights, just getting the pressure he needs to, baiting out the util, or sometimes just completely eliminating some players. You saw Sissel, she felt the pressure from the Winston, tried to use the Suzu, but not going to be able to survive for too much longer, but Froggy getting the initial pick for Monarchs.
Beautiful place for them to get started as we go ahead and see that percentage climb. First tick might be able to lock itself in successfully before the counter push in. They're just barely, it looks like they were just barely able to get that, it seems, as they go ahead and lock that in now. That's going to be objective alpha. We might see a pushback in from Hongsa, but honestly, no need to. Oh, nope, there it is. We see M pushing their way in. A very, very low riptide as we see Giz taken out of the fight as well. With the 2-minute mark close at hand, that's objective alpha captured by the Monarchs.
Yeah, it was one of those things that you called it out already, Jackie. You just tell him, like, I wouldn't go back in here, but they wanted to see if they can find any type of footing in that defensive hold. But with Bandit sitting in that power position, it was going to be impossible for them to disrupt that amount of damage that Emily can produce.
Yeah, beautiful work there by, well, okay. Well, M was able to get out, did not get fully healed before jumping back in and just getting annihilated. We almost saw that early trade onto Dawes being inside of M's bubble, but then M went inside Dawes' bubble, and that luck ran out very quick.
Okay, but luckily they do still have some ultimates to their name. M, again, straight to the backline, straight to the jugular, does have access to a Primal Rage if they get ever so low, but Dawes and Froggy winds up falling to Mara. Mara's been just going absolutely sicko mode on this frame.
Able to get the double kill there, the cleanup from the rest of the team. Hongsa stemming the bleeding for the moment.
Now, I mean, 4 ultimates on the side of Slime City Monarchs. I mean, essentially going to be working on a 5th, but the same goes for Hongsa. So I feel like we're going to be pressing a lot of Q in this next engagement.
And I think the important thing to realize there is that the Mizuki ult, which is far off right now, not going to get the volley against these tank players, but does immediately shredded, trying to dive in. The Primal Rage coming out from M, looking to get some pressure on, but Bandit able to take them out of the fight as well. Monkeys are down, but Hongsa holds the line.
Yeah, and again, honestly, not a bad fight for Monarchs. I mean, they bait out a couple pieces of ultimates and crucial util, so if they can continue doing that going forward, they're going to be able to outlast that war. Because again, it's not, the ultimates don't come back as quickly as your regular piece of util, and Dawes going straight to the backline once again with Primal in hand.
And gotta be careful, Mara especially, getting Mara out of the fight, very important. They're able to earn up those ults quick as we see the spree coming out, finds 2, but it gets taken out by Froggy in return. Dawes able to get the follow-up on Giz. But we see the utilization of the Bola shot to finish them off as Mara gets back into the fight.
In spawn, mind you. I mean, Dawes was playing super aggressive, went straight to the heart, and winds up getting caught by a bola shot, not able to back out in time, and because of that, they're just not going to be able to get any more payload progress either.
Nah, that's unfortunate there, but trying to get that early pick, I can understand that, you know, not timing it out properly. As we see M and Riptide able to get that follow-up shot. The cleanup coming in from Froggy on to Lux is not gonna be enough. Dawes just saying, I'm just stuck here. I can't get anywhere.
Yeah, I'm definitely seeing the pressure mount up for Monarchs. They're starting to run out of time a little bit. Frustration starting to set in, and without having access to your main tank, it's definitely got to be a little frustrating.
As we see once again the bola shot coming out there, Mara, based on what I've seen lately, one of the fastest ult charges in the game right now, is M now able to get that major perk, getting the healing bubble, gonna provide a lot more additional utility for them as they are holding this line. Dawes though looking to try to push in as M gets into that backline. TP out, just not available for Silsey, and that's gonna be the cleanup there for Mara and Hongsa.
Yeah, and again, M has just been on a steamroll right now. I mean, relentless offense, making it impossible for them to get any type of momentum. Again, look how far we still have to push this payload, and we're already down to the final 40 seconds. Monarchs, a shell right now because they need to find an opening pick, and they need to find it fast.
Yeah, and again, without the D.Va on the board, that is a difficult position for them to be in right now. I'm not for certain what Hongsa's normal picks are. Maybe swapping off this Emre to maybe a Reaper to really kind of keep M off of their tail, because really, that's a lot of the damage coming in as M gets him really low, and then Mara just cleans him up.
Yeah, you see Silsey, she just gave up in time. So yeah, Bandit, you're on your own, bro. You gotta figure your own way out. Another bola shot. You already talked about how fast he builds up his ultimate charge. I mean, another quick bola shot from Mara. I mean, they're just scrambling to the point. Overtime is being triggered. Lux finding another pick before they hit the A. And you know what? Froggy trying to do the same thing, but only gonna walk into the execution that was the Xion. A great fight win for Lux. You see the celebratory tactical crouching coming out from him as they take that 2-0 lead here in the series.
Yeah, very difficult position to be in when you're getting so heavily countered like that. Oh! Huh!
You never seen that one?
I have not. No, I have not seen that one before, and I'm not certain where that comes from.
That's the Street Fighter? Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense why I haven't seen it then. So,
I'm pretty familiar with that. I'm a fighting game connoisseur, so I definitely
gotcha.
You know, I commentate Tekken and Street Fighter outside of the BPL, so it makes sense. I kind of recognize that right away.
No, I totally get that. I was thinking that was the reference, but I unfortunately am not a connoisseur of the fighting games in that way. But it is a very, very interesting. Very interesting little ending there, but yeah, as we were kind of talking about, like, Monarchs just having such a difficult time pushing through the brick wall that is Hongsa right now. I mean, having that D.Va ban just made things so incredibly more difficult, but I wonder even if the D.Va would have been their saving grace, right? Because we didn't even really see the tanks kind of fighting off against one another. We just saw M getting so much more value. Get everybody low. Mara with the long shot or the bola, whatever they need to from the distance to be able to finish folks off. And that just kept being the ending for Slime City. They just used all their cooldowns. There was nothing else they could do. But as we saw, just stand there and take it sometimes.
Yeah, again, I mean, there's not much you can do beyond just try to pour more damage into the Winston. I mean, sure, he's got access to the bubble and whatnot, but just it's a lot harder, a lot more difficult to try to survive if you're a support line when you have a constant Winston beaming you down. So, I mean, you made a great call already, Jack. I think maybe going something with a little bit more damage, whether that's the Bastion or the Reaper, just something that you can kind of chunk down the bubbles or just the Winston itself to kind of get rid of him and displace him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think it might have just come down a little bit more to positioning, and now that now that I think about it, maybe going something a little bit more stabilizing, like a Ramatra, could have also been a good one. Really kind of negating the value that the bubbles are bringing. Yeah, you're not going to be doing killer damage to a Winston inside a bubble with the Ramatra, but at very least you're not going to leave him as protected as he would normally feel from all of the bullets raining down on the shield outside. Looking as we get ready to head in to push, taking a look here as we kind of catch up on the info for these teams. Both teams, a little bit more success for Hongsa. Hongsa currently only has 2 wins total out of their 6 games on push, the 6 times they've played push. Not much, not better on the side of Monarchs. We've got a 1-6 differential across all push maps. So both teams not the greatest at push. I wonder if that might be able to give Monarchs a little bit more of a saving grace going into this. They do have a 1-0 record on Esperanza. Nothing from the side of Hongsa, according to our records, in terms of experience on the map. But as you know, teams always practice the whole map pool, even if they're not actually playing it.
Correct. Yeah. I mean, obviously, when it comes to the playoffs and stuff like that, it makes things a little bit tougher for them. And again, this is the loser side of the bracket, so unfortunately, one of these teams will be eliminated once again. And Slime Monarchs is they're on the chopping block now.
Yeah, it's a rough position to be in. We saw one of these matches yesterday where one of the teams were in this elimination state, and it stinks to see the 3 Overwatch when you're at this point in the game. You hope that you've practiced enough to be able to sustain and be able to fight off anything that the enemy has coming at you. But as I tell folks all the time, the regular season never really shows what the playoffs are going to look like, because you have some folks, if they strategize properly, they have things that they kind of keep in the back pocket. Those do or die strategies that they're like, okay, we've practiced this well enough. We know that it can be super useful. As we saw yesterday, I don't know if you caught the match. Hog Hook became the MVP of the game because it was literally 6-second cooldown plucking people out of the enemy team, and that just ended up being the do or die for those that got eliminated. They just could not stop that hook from gaining value. As we see Slime City locking in the Freya pick for the first ban on the table.
Yeah, that right there screams desperation. They 100% targeted that ban towards Mara. I think they were doing a great job opening every fight. I mean, again, we already alluded to how fast the ultimate charge had built up for Freya's in this game, and with Mara just hitting non-stop sticks, it just makes it that much more annoying and frustrating to deal with. So they definitely want to try to alleviate that going into the push map. And I think that's a great start. I mean, if you don't have access to the Freya, they're going to maybe have to lean on something else. I'm not too worried about Mara, though. I think they have a couple different characters on their repertoire, especially over the past few months. I know the meta has definitely changed.
Yeah, and especially if you're looking at regions outside of North America, I know APAC has been having a very, very heavy issue with Freya. Just a lot of incredibly skilled Freya players getting that hero banned out 9 times out of 10 for the most part. I don't remember what the exact numbers are. So Freya's been getting a lot of playtime, and people have not been liking it just because of how powerful she is, and as you could see, how quickly Mara was getting those ultimates over and over and over again. Which normally, if you're like me and like plat console, like you're not going to be seeing them start with Ebola and end the fight ready with another one. But Mara is on a different level, as many of those high-level players are. As we head into Esperanza for our next map of the evening, Dawes opting for the Wrecking Ball to start things off against M's Hazard.
Okay. This is an opportunity for them to start bringing it back into fruition. The matching Cassidy's from Bandit and Mara, but Again, it's all based on what the tanks want to open up with. And Riptide going still to their tried and true Jetpack Cat. So let's see if we can bring it back, do a reverse sweep, or we're going to shut it down with a clean 3 over 1.
Ooh, and Dawes said, nah, we ain't letting that cowboy survive on the Hongsa side. They just are able to click too many heads. With Mara immediately out of fight and swapping over to the Tracer, we see Wisex getting the cleanup there for Hongsa. Despite that early pick onto Mara, it seems that Hongsa is finding progress, cleaning up the field. Monarchs did get a little bit of a lead, but the bot's now back in Hongsa's hands.
Okay. It's a very slight lead, but again, when it's a lead nonetheless, I think when it comes to push, I mean, you saw during our last series that push map just went so back and forth, and it came down to just who can get those last few fights wins, you know, consecutively. So hopefully Hongsa can get some sort of pressure and mount up a offense, but everybody kind of disheveled, definitely spread out a ton thanks to this wrecking ball from Dawes.
All right, as we see Froggy on the objective right now, looking for that opportunity to keep the bot in their control. Bandit on the high ground, falling a little low. Froggy able to get Riptide though, who's been our bot pusher thus far. Wisex though, able to get Baka out of the fight, looking for that cleanup. The Bandit able to get that follow-up damage. Hongsa really holding strong. There's the pulse bomb. Mara started that fight as Tracer and got a pulse bomb by the end of it.
Yeah. I mean, you know, silver lining here though, Jack, look how far Froggy got this payload by. I mean, 33 meters, pretty much doubled what Hongsa had just gotten, and they won the fight. So they wound up having to try to win another fight here and still try to take the lead back into their favor.
Yeah, I think they're doing a great job right here. I do find the positioning very interesting as well, utilizing a Riptide who's not on the ground to be able to push bot is definitely providing them a lot of value because then it makes it easier for them to get away. And as you see, Hongsa using that mobility of the Kitsune Rush to get not only quickly onto the back line of Baka and Bandit, but also be able to turn it back around. As we see Froggy just trying to sneak up on Mara. Don't know how successful that will be. As we see the whole team ready to clean that up. That 1v3 not working out for you.
You can see M trying to distract him, asking what the favorite Pokemon's going to be. But Dawes actually taking care of the airborne opposition. Wisex also swapping over to the Omron. We haven't seen a whole lot of flames being utilized, but definitely finding some success either which way. They get this checkpoint finally into their name. You know, the fights are going kind of scrambly a little bit, and I don't know if that's really going to work now that you make the change over to the Mauga.
Yeah, I'm interested to see if we don't see Baka swap over in the near future after this Mauga swap as well. Gonna obviously use the Kenkai Sanctuary at some point, but just been getting heavy dove by the speed of Giz and M. It's been very difficult for them to hold it together, as we see Bandit and Giz able to get the trades there, but looking to potentially go back into Monarchs control. Riptide thinking about utilizing that catnapper, get that Mauga off the map, was waiting for the run. That might be the opportunity, and the pulse bomb finds Baka. The follow-up on Dawes. Silsey able to grab Mara, but it is dead, done, and dusted for the moment as they make their way around the last corner.
Yep, and we're doing the traditional push strategy. You just start just mounting up a insurmountable lead. It's going to be impossible for them to make this comeback unless they can find some sort of success. We can see them getting isolated once again thanks to this Mauga wall. And look at that, you're going to recall back straight into the open arms of the hazard.
There you go. Okay, the run was good enough, but then also using the Kenkai to make sure that everybody's able to get out. As we see them doing a really great job of their positioning, trying to see if they can get out with the Kiriko. Will end up being successful. as they go ahead and make their way back to the starting checkpoint. We do see Cage Fight is online, which honestly I would be holding on for Riptide. You do not want that cat taking you off the map, and more than likely everybody's going to be diving in on that catnap too. So we'll see how they utilize that in the upcoming fight. Oh, they're using it early.
Whoa! Wow! A lightning fast quadruple kill, making it, yeah, essentially a 5k for Bandit. And as he gets a team kill, we should be able to get the checkpoint. And just what I was talking about, Jack, you know, how difficult this lead was going to be able to, you know, take back. They already halfway there.
Yeah, very good positioning for them. I love, you know, Baka still stayed on the Mizuki, which maybe now that they have the Mauga, that's actually gonna be providing a little bit of defense behind. Maybe that will help. We do see the dive into Baka, the run in from Dawes to try to hold it together. Getting taken out of the fight early, but Mara now swapping over to the Sojourn, able to get the pick onto Bandit to even things up, but without your tank, you gotta pull back. Mauga's a whole lot of man now getting dragged in due to the catnapper, but it's not enough. That boy is just big, and you just absolutely end up cleaning up your own team instead.
And look at that. I mean, now we're just under 10 meters to be able to take the lead back. There's only 3 minutes left on the clock, so they need to start winning some more matches. They're actually going to surrender the lead here. And what a turnaround from Monarchs. They were down by like 80 meters, and they still brought it back.
Yeah, I mean, the catnap was good, but I'm surprised that they ended up dragging them back. They were in a good enough position. I feel like they could have got them to the edge, but possibly not. Wisex with the double kill there, utilization of the Phoenix form, be able to get those initial picks. Hongsa gonna retake control, but it is a long way back to that checkpoint.
Yeah, you gotta see, you gotta the slow crawl, not only just to surrender that forward spawn, but then you have to get your own forward spawn and still keep pushing it further and further along. And you know Monarchs is gonna try to take this fight early.
We see the run in there from Dawes, able to get Mara down incredibly low there. Froggy able to get Riptide out of the fight for now as that bot starts moving forward. Wyzek not able to find the bounce. The overclock though, coming out from Mara on that high ground. Kenkai Sanctuary utilized as we see Wyzek's trying to at least put a little bit of pressure inside of it. Those dancing flames gonna be able to still put some pressure as Bandit, a little bit out of position, trying to get back to the rest of the team, gonna be unsuccessful, but the picks are coming in clean for Slime City Monarchs. They have the momentum and they're not letting it go.
No, Silsey again just lining up the kill feed. She's been doing phenomenal work, and she has access to Kitsune Rush, which I think she's going to match up with Giz, or they're just going to try to back up. You see Dawes jumping straight into the open arms of Hazard once again. Down 4, not able to be countered this time by the Kakai Sanctuary this time around. And stop. I mean, they get a little bit more added onto their lead, but there's still only a minute left, Jack. So this is definitely an opportunity for them to bring it back.
Getting a little aggressive right now as we see now the Kitsune. Oh no, cage fight. I thought I heard Kitsune Rush, but not just yet. Cage fight utilized from Dawes to try and keep Baka safe and will be successful. Bandit able to get Giz out of the fight early. Not going to have that additional help there, but 45 seconds on the clock. They want to hold on to as many ultimates as they can, but the cleanup is coming fast and fierce. Mara falling incredibly low for the moment, and there it is. Bandit able to grab the headshot at the final moments. 30 seconds remaining on the clock and a long push ahead for Hongsa to turn this back around.
Now the real question is, do you as Monarchs try to use some ultimates and win this fight, or do you just try to do a dry fight, try to bait some stuff out from Hongsa and then just wait for the overtime?
I think you're pushing the overtime. I think that's the idea as we see the rest of the team kind of pulling back. Dawes getting picked off early. Mara does get picked in return, but might not be the opportunity they're looking for. Uh-oh, we're seeing the staggers coming in now. I don't think that this is what they were looking for, but you do have Froggy here, at least stalling the bot a little bit to help out. 3 ultimates on either side for if you see M's downpour getting ready to come online.
Yeah,
Who will it be?
I'm wondering which one they're going to try to start off the fight with. I think they have to try to bait out Suzu before they consider Downpour, but then that's where you got the Phoenix Rising, and you've got access to Overclock, a lot of crucial DPS ultimates on both sides of the coin.
Yep, I was thinking that King Kai was going to go ahead and match that Pulse Bomb onto the bot just to see if they could get some collective damage, and there it is, the Deadeye finds M. Bandit gets traded, so it's 4v4, make it 3v4 now. As Froggy's out of the fight, 3v3 as Wyzix gets taken down. Mauga, incredibly powerful, but is with the Kitsune Rush able to provide what they need to be able to hold the line. 20 meters left, but it's a 3v5 fight.
Oh my gosh, Mara, another one, 4 kills for Mara. Absolutely lighting it up. Just when you thought it was bleak, just when you thought it was over, they lost their tank. It doesn't matter. 3 meters to be able to secure this point. Dawes makes the swap over to the Doomfist to be able to contest this point. Fire comes in from Wyzix, and now it's just a rapid dash scramble to contest this objective, keep their hopes alive in the playoffs.
As they're going ahead, trying to hold the line best that they can. Z-Dawes just up on this objective, cannot get off of it, not for a second, but immediately gets taken out by the chain. And in the final moments, Hongsa locks in straight on Mara with the quad kill to finish things off, and Hongsa take this playoffs match and keep their run alive 3-0 against the Slime City Monarchs.
It's unfortunate they almost were able to secure that map, but that's what I was talking about when they were in that like kind of a juxtaposition where they had a couple ultimates to their name, they had a little bit of the lead, but at the same time, those leads, when you don't have checkpoint, they have to kind of lean on. It's pretty much useless at that point. And once Hongsa, I mean, even though they lost M, they still had Mara alive, and Mara paired up with Lux, they just go absolute sicko mode.
Absolutely. Congratulations to Hongsa. We will wait and see if we'll get an exit interview from the Monarchs here, but both teams, based on what we caught playing their absolute hearts out, Hongsa just absolutely dialed in for this weekend's match, though. I gotta say, if I know that we're getting ready to lock in MVP. What's your vibe? What are you feeling here?
I mean, it's unfortunate we only got to catch the bottom half of that series, but I mean, still a 3-0 win for Hongsa. I mean, we saw the kill feed consistently lit up from the DPS, whether that's from Giz to Lux. But of course, I think the star-studded player for Hongsa has to be Mara.
Yeah, I think I'm going to lock that in with you as well. We'll see if the rest of the production team agrees with us there. But Mara just absolutely popping off, whether it was on the Sojourn, whether it was on the Freya, was just providing a lot of value to them. Honorable mention to M, just absolutely diving in, taking as much damage and creating space so that Mara could do the things that needed to be done to keep them moving. Just was an amazing show of force, and if that's what we're seeing in the lower bracket of the alpha tier, I can only imagine what that upper finals looks like right now.
Yeah, it's going to be one crazy playoff runs. And again, that was only just the bottom half of this one series. I think the entire playoffs bracket itself has been one hectic journey. I mean, if you ever get to take a look at the C-League, it is just utter chaos and pandemonium down there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I personally, those matches I feel like are definitely a lot more fun because it's not always as mechanics driven. It's a lot more of that who can have the cheesiest come and how they make it work real well. But here they up here they're just a locked in B tier, kind of the balance between the two. Might have some funny compositions, like we did see the AC 130 from Slime City Monarchs for a little bit when we got in. But Hongsa really kind of dialing in those moments and those characters that are providing a lot of value in the Overwatch scene right now. So we're still waiting to hear back from the production team to see how things are going. We do have another match for you coming up here in the near future. Yatagarasu and Pachisuba in the lower bracket of C League. So we're going to be catching one from each tier tonight. So be sure to be staying tuned for that here coming up at 9:30. Not certain if we'll be able to get the teams in earlier, but we're definitely gonna try. But it looks like our Elvish Soul Knife match is going on pretty well as well. As we see, MVP production agrees. Mara locking it in on those hit scan players, just pumping out a whole heck of a lot of damage and just lighting up that kill feed. Gotta go the MVP for Mara.
Of course. So yeah, big shouts to them. Again, my mistake. If this was the B League, I've been all the next match we're gonna be doing is the C League with Yatagarasu and Pachisuba. So, but again, congrats to Mara. Congrats to Hongsa for playing, completely dominant. A 3-0 win is definitely where you're aiming for. I know Slime City Monarchs has definitely put their heart on the line. Not able to find success, just short of loser semifinals, but still a great performance nonetheless. You made your way through play-ins. You still had a pretty good run in the actual playoffs bracket itself. So nothing to scoff at, just something a learning opportunity to take it and push yourself and your team even further next season.
Yeah, and that's the great thing about these tournaments is that the overall goal is player improvement. I know that you're not necessarily able to continue on with your team from season to season. You might get matched up with folks that you've played with before, so you're able to kind of continue that synergy depending on how the draft goes. But at the end of the day, the goal is just to make everybody just a little bit better along the way, and I'm hoping that Slime City Monarchs have been able to find a lot of value in that, even though their run is ending here. Folks, if you like what you've been seeing here at Bad Pachimari League, be sure to hit that heart, punch that bell, so you get notified every time the stream comes live. Playoffs are finishing out, but there's always going to be some Overwatch or other events coming on in the soon-to-be off season as we prepare for what I could only guess is BPL Season 9 here later this fall.
Yeah, I'm super excited. I know I'm going to be a part of it. I hope you guys will be as well. I see a lot of returning faces, not only on the competitive side, but on the production side as well. So it's going to be one hell of a show. Can't wait to see you guys again. If you guys aren't aware, the Bad Pachimari League Channel 2, they're again live right now with the Elvish Soul Knife match with Freefall. I think Rain and Rags are going to commentate that one. Shouts to our girl Rain as well, making it on to the official Overwatch Championship Series channel as well. Yeah, you got to go see it. It was she was casting for the Calling All Heroes. It was awesome seeing our girl out there.
That's awesome. I've worked with Rain for a couple of years now. It's good to see those that have kind of climbed their way to the top. So congratulations, Rain. Glad that you could take your time out of your busy schedule to come back and help us out too. We appreciate it. Well, looks like things are going on behind the scenes, so we're gonna send it to a quick break, show you a little bit of that B stream match as well as we're waiting for our Yatagarasu versus Pachisuba match to start off at 9:30. We'll see you there in a little bit. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with more BPL Season 8 in just a few moments.
fight still being fought over. There was a tiny bit of progress regained for Freefall as Keegs just trying to get every inch of progress you can for your team. But now, we've seen this before, it's Elvish Soul Knife with 5 minutes left, just trying to get the bot moving for their side.
And what I really want to see from them this time, as we take a fight towards the middle of the point, they need to use one of these ult spurs. They need to get ready to swing with this fashion because Freefall have almost three ultimates of their own, and if they go first in this fight again, it's just going to be the same thing, and they'll walk back to that first spawn.
The dive through here from the Mauga onto Trigger. We've seen this Deadeye get so much work done. You've got to respect it here. Donk with that cage fight decides to let that go. Not able to really find exactly what he wanted to with it. But alongside all the damage coming out here, just the cage fight is all they need to push Elvish Soul Knife back. You even had the artillery strike from Super in the middle of that fight, getting nothing, as is so often the case, but still, even the chaos of the fight, not enough to give them an edge.
No, and that's right, they're back on the back foot again. Four ults though, so Elvish Soul Knife, they have tools in their kit, they're just not finding an opening to try and use them. Freefall. Over and over in the lead.
Alright, there it is. The Splendor of Demise. That's going to be the Blizzard alongside the cage fight committed here from Elvish Soul Knife. Again, having to expend these ultimates just to win these fights, just to halt the push of Freefall, who just trying to build up towards more ultimates of their own. Yes, Trigger did spend the Deadeye in that fight, and as we've seen, that can be a very useful tool into this composition in particular, so that's not nothing. The thing that is nothing is the progress bar for Elvish Soul Knife at a crisp 2.47 meters.
Oh, it's brutal here for Soul Knife. I mean, they still have both of the board ults, but you don't really have the advantage in the Kitsune Rush because Keeps is just going to use the other Kitsune Rush in response, and Sonic Running not going to free as well, and Freefall wants to keep first to fight the
That is a free in the skybox. I have never seen a Xion that aerial in this game, and unfortunately it does not pay off the way you'd like, but hey, points for creativity, and the first thing we've seen here, so yeah, Sonic Chronic, you got my vote for that one, but Elvish Soul Knife able to respond in kind with that Kitsune Rush. Such a good ultimate, turns out it's all you need to answer into the two spent here by Freefall.
Alright, a little ambitious from Sonic, but that's alright. Freefall are going to have a little bit of time here. They'll get a recontest before Elvish Soul Knife gets to that forward checkpoint here. However, yeah, nice for Soul Knife to still have two ults on the board. This artillery strike going to be potentially just used kind of in response to some force coming through from Freefall. And they're like this, if you're going to win this fight, you need to get aggressive if you're Soul Knife.
Yeah, Denji stomping through onto the backline, but unfortunately that backline is ready to look directly at that Mauga, so Denji falls now to the hands of that execution coming out here from Sonic Chronic. We've gotten some solid progress here for Elvish Soul Knife. You're down your tank though, so you really cannot stick around with any consistency. It is going to be Rockcrass having to get out alive here as Super is being hella carried out by Blue. Still with ults to spare, they can break a re-go of this before we get to this next checkpoint right back here in the middle.
And it's going to be the artillery strike out from Super. Okay, actually forces out the Kikai Sanctuary here, so there's an opportunity here for Elvish Soul Knife to just play a little bit slower, wait for that ult to come in with your own. You are going to be aware of this cage coming online from Donk now, and you don't quite have that wizard online to counter it, so Rockcraft has to try to strike it down.
Yeah, Donk locks up Denji just moments before Denji's about to have that cage fight of his own online. So when the dust settles, there's only one tank left in this fight here. Yes, you're eating a ton of damage, but you still have all the consistent output you can provide for the rest of your squad here. Sonic Chronic just able, whether it's close range or at a distance, this Xion really lays the damage in so consistently.
Yeah, that's so true, and not just like it's the consistent damage, it's also like the consistent pressure, always kind of set up kind of on one of these angles, and that's causing a lot of issues here for Denji, who's taking damage not just from Donk kind of right in front of his face, but from Sonic kind of on these angles as well, and now Freefall looking much more progress here. They're gonna have the Deadeye create even more space.
Rockcraft having to use these defensive cooldowns at all points just to stay alive. But into the Deadeye, of course, you certainly expect that Trigger has to back up. That's another kill onto Denji early on here in this fight. Mauga goes deep, and if you don't get those kills initially, you're going to pay for it instantly with your life. Once those cooldowns have been spent, there's nothing else to do to keep you alive. The cat is on the Bastion, and the other, well, could be somewhere else in that point as the Mauga is waiting back in spawn. Once again, a skybound spree. Will we find the kills this time? No, we won't quite. I was a little afraid for Chronic's life. Could easily have fallen off the edge there, but just saved that dash at the very end to get back into it. Again, not finding the kills, not finding the value. Turns out that might just not be the strategy to go for, but it certainly puts the fear of the gods in their eyes.
Yeah, I gotta agree with you there. You know, you give it a little bit of a hesitation towards staying anywhere near Chronic on this Xion. Now, we're gonna be looking at an overtime push here for Elvish Soul Knight. They are all stacked up on Aldu. They need to make sure they don't dump all of them at once. And Free Fall, using the 50-day rush, definitely gonna force at least a couple out.
Yeah, it's going to be multiple ults spent here for Elvish Soul Knight. They do love this combo of the cage into the Blizzard here. We'll see if it's enough. Another Sanctuary now dropped in from Killer Queen as that continuing rush dissipates. It's the rest of the squad here alive and kicking for Elvish Soul Knight. You've lost Super, but everyone else committing to this engagement. That's going to be a team kill as the overtime wick burns down. They are determined not to go down without a fight.
I mean, it's massive here for Soul Knight. They don't use the Kitsune Rush from Chaos, and both the support ults are already gone here from Free Fall. So now it's a matter of making sure that you're going to be able to survive through this cage fight. We've seen time and time again, Denji kind of getting caught in that cage fight, immediately melted down here by Free Fall. Gotta keep an eye on the tank.
Super saving the artillery strike right until the midst of this cage fight. Not able to find kills, but still a ton of damage. But Trigger with the Deadeye, finding 2 off the rip. That's got to spell the end of it. But the second I say that, Blue and Rockcrafts find kills in answer as we are still playing 2 bodies v3 on the objective here. Who's going to win at the end of the day? It is going to be Chronic finding another kill. Rockcraft's still alive for a second longer. No, it's going to be Killer Queen killing all the way home. It's going to be Free Fall taking their second map in the series, putting themselves at match point.
Oh, and they looked pretty good doing it. I love the disengages that were coming through from Free Fall. If they didn't have an ultimate to kind of commit in to counter out whatever Elvish Soul Knight was throwing at them, they would back up, they would wait it out, and that's exactly how you have to play against these fast comps here. So fantastic stuff, and yeah, we love to see the Xion as well. I think that played really nicely into Runasapi, where you have that kind of control of all of the lanes here. I think Free Fall might have just kind of found their stride in the series.
Yeah, looking really solid on this Mauga dive composition here, and we mentioned it at the very start of that map. If this Cassidy Xion frontline was not going to work, it was going to be a pretty heavy investment, but it pays off. The consistent pressure being put through between the range of the Cassidy and the Xion, yes, they are both hit scan heroes, but they also play in a brawl capacity. They're able to answer whenever someone comes too close, and just with the range they have, their most effective range is pretty close up. The chip damage at range for the Cassidy is certainly valuable, and of course the pressure being laid through by that Xion as well. But it's really when they're playing close up alongside this Mauga, you can't always see the angles they're coming from, whether it is triggered on the side or Chronic coming in from somewhere behind your squad. I was just watching anytime we had Rockcraft's POV, just constantly looking around, constantly aware of the damage you're taking, spending these defensive cooldowns every single second just to not get sniped out.
Yeah, I'm pretty impressed so far. Free Fall, I was a little worried that they weren't going to kind of match the Cat Bastion, and that I thought they were gonna have a hard time. But they made the Kiriko Mizuki comp look really, really good for them, and I think that Denji really, really needed more support from the Kiriko, because when you have the Cat Bastion kind of on the side, you don't have anybody else kind of looking at your tank. It's really just all the pressure onto Chaos to try and keep this Mauga alive, and you have, everybody from the side of Free Fall looking at this tank, and that's why we saw Denji kind of falling first in a lot of these fights. It's because Elvish Soul Knight, if you're running the Cat Bastion, you have to be going first in these fights. You need to be swinging in, taking pressure off of your tank, finding an opening pick, using that Bastion form, but like I just mentioned, Free Fall doing a really good job just playing around that, not being out in the open and not just getting melted by the Bastion over and over again.
Yeah, it's not as though Elvish Soul Knight were playing scared. They were just getting found out at every single turn. It really felt like Free Fall has the read on this composition now. It was, something they didn't want to play into at the very start of the series, banning the Bastion out on Lijiang Tower. And I get that, right? On Lijiang Tower, that might be one of the most oppressive. If it's not going to be Runasapi, it's going to be there as one of the most frightening places to run into it. But Surabasa still potential to run this composition, but now that we've seen Freefall handle their opponents without having to ban either component of that Cat Bastion duo, I kind of think they can run this down however they want. It's now down to Elvish Soul Knife to figure out how they want to answer, how they can stay alive in this series and not get sent down to that lower bracket.
Yeah, right. I mean, Suravasa it's an interesting map pick for Soul Knife. You can't really run the Cat Bastion here. I would argue that you can't even really run the Jetpack Cat very well here on Suravasa. You don't have kind of the unlimited skyboxes and kind of map topography that'll allow the Jetpack Cat to kind of like hide as nicely around corners and kind of swoop in, save the day, things like that. So they're definitely gonna have some kind of plan coming in here, and being in control of or not being in control of the first ban here. Sorry, they are in control of the first ban. They're gonna have to make pretty good use of it here. I am wondering if they don't look to ban out the Mauga here. I mean, you haven't been winning in the Mauga duel. Maybe it's time to just try and take that tank off the table. They looked good when they were playing kind of the Sigma composition, so might want to maybe kind of rotate back towards that.
Yeah, I mean, you could still certainly make the Sigma work here. If you wouldn't have the chance to run it on Runasapi, that could still be an open play here on Suravasa, especially if you're absolutely right, Rain. If you're not winning this Mauga duel and in fact are just kind of getting, you know, rebuffed every single time you go for it, you're going to need to change things up, and that tank has to be a potential answer to the Mauga. And of course, that doesn't even guarantee that Freefall would stick with it. They were able to run Orisa comparatively well, but if Denji, sticks on that instead, usually we see an Orisa as a pretty solid compositional answer to a Mauga. But what these two teams have been showing us here, I don't think that's necessarily the case.
No, and I mean, we have the bans ready to go here. So Elvish are going to ban out the Cassidy here on Suravasa, which can be really nice for not necessarily taking a Cat Bastion out of the sky here. Like I mentioned, don't think we'd see that, but it is really good for controlling a flank. Say maybe a Tracer that could be coming into play. And then on the other side of things, I mean, this is a little shocking to me. Freefall are going to go ahead and they're going to ban the Cat.
Look, yes, they have answers to the Cat, but if this is going to be the last map in the series, and Suravasa is a great map to run Cat Bastion, if you ask me, I think you still want to hedge your bets. You would like to get that out of your opponent's hands here, force them to run something that you might yourself feel a bit more comfortable mirroring. As already we can see, Blue and Yurei are looking at this, Mizuki Kiriko duo that we got to see from Freefall in the last map. Yurei, I don't know if we mentioned, folks, is in here for the backline for Elvish Soul Knife. So a swap trying to change things up just to stay alive in the series, whereas Freefall, look, if they stick with this, we knew this is something they want to run with at the very beginning of the series, and Suravasa, especially on these enclosed points like Market, best place to run the Lucio Reinhardt.
And it's also going to work out so nicely for them because Denji is on the Sigma, and the Sigma is going to get absolutely walked on by a Lucio plus a Reinhardt. Not to mention triggered over on the Bastion as well, so not going to have access to the sky, but still a deadly force here on the ground, especially on the front lane. So Elvish Soul Knife, I mean, right now, if you want to play against the Reinhardt, you need to be thinking about angles, and unfortunately for them, they are all stacked up on the side right now.
Super has now been released from the Bastion jail, is back on the Sojourn. Honestly, I've been waiting to see this since the first map of the series. Yes, banned out on King's Row, but this is really the hero that opened things up for the side of Elvish Soul Knife on Lijiang Tower. It has to be the same thing here. There is no room for error on this fourth map in the series. Elvish Soul Knife need to find some picks, need to find them now, but already the point has been capped for Freefall. Ticking well past 30% at this point. You need to see some aggression. Elvish Soul Knife go in. Can they find the picks as Freefall back all the way up here? Yeah, the aggression pays off. Huge.
Yeah, great stuff from the patience of Elvish Soul Knife. Okay, you do lose Chronic, but it's okay because you are going to get the point flip over. And yeah, the name of the game for them, if they're not going to try and, take the angles so that the Reinhardt can kind of turn the shield in every which way, go for the shield break. Delete the shield. Donk has to back up, and that is the timing for Elvish Soul Knife to push in. Freefall, though, they are going to have some big ults coming online, and they're going to start things off, creating a little bit of space.
Yeah, that's a bunch of damage laid through onto Denji, and now the Shatter, you can't do a single thing against all that massive Reinhardt powering over you. That's going to be a ton of German steel coming your way as Elvis Shoal Knight fall one by one. Super able to get out alive, but just telling the troops about what you witnessed. That's going to be a quick flip here from Free Fall, as now they are well past their opposition in terms of percentage.
Yeah, it's gonna be probably a last fight here for Elvish Soul Knife on market. They do have both the support ults. I like this pathing from them around the side here. Super needs to stay alive, needs to build up to this overclock here. If the rest of Soul Knife is moving forward, make a little bit of space, we know that Super can pop off of the top.
Figured up on the high ground now, making this aggression on the objective really difficult for Elvish Soul Knife, so I'm sure they'll thank him for that at the end of the match here. That's going to be a real good shot right up in Triggered's face. Super coming alive on the Sojourn as the Kitsune Rush gets them onto the objective, and now the overclock is doing its best to keep them there. Kills coming after kills. It's going to be Keegs falling at the very end of this fight here. 99% gain for Free Fall, but Elvish Soul Knife back in the driver's seat.
Yeah, and I mean, you've got 3 pretty good ultimates here for trying to hold on to this point. I think that the Gravitic Flux from Denji and the Molten Core from Rockcraft are going to come in pretty clutch here, but with Free Fall holding on to both those support ults, I mean, you didn't use your Kitsune Rush in response to the one from your Ace out. Yeah, you got a blue carbon towards the point.
Yeah, there's the rush. You have the sound barrier ready to go. That's a Sanctuary committed, though, from Blue, and you certainly don't have a sound barrier now, because Killer Queen, I believe, died in the midst of catching that ultimate. That is a devastating loss for the side of Free Fall. Wow, a team kill, losing your ultimate, and the point all in one. That is a triple dose of depression for Free Fall.
All right, they're going to have to come back into this pretty quickly, though, because the next point very close by over at Palace. Free Fall are going to have a closer spawn, but Elvish Soul Knife are already going to be set up on this high ground. They held on to the Gravitic Flux from Denji, but Sonic has this spree ready to go, and everybody kind of clumped up here on Soul Knife. An opportunity to throw that spree in.
Yeah, goes for it there on the high ground outside the objective, but just having to get out alive as Dog comes up with that Gravitic Flux and does not make it down to safety. Has that Shatter ready, but it's going to be waiting for this next fight at least a little bit longer. Killer Queen falls on the retreat, unable to get out alive, and honestly, we're dying off the objective here. There's no really chance to get out to the rest of your team. It's Elvish Soul Knife. They are looking so comfortable, so aggressive on this Sigma Mizuki composition.
And, you know, I was worried for them at first because Free Fall were on the Lucio, on the Reinhardt, they even had triggered on the Bastion. You had all the frontline presence in the world to try and just walk Denji down, but Rockcraft and Super are doing a really great job forcing the damage onto the tank. You don't even have a whole lot of cooldowns to work with by the time to get close enough to Denji to swing that hammer.
Dunk hungry for the Shatter, looking to get as many targets as possible. Has to be very conscious of that Sigma Shield. The Hinder comes through, no one's able to get up. Nope, the Sigma Shield is perfect. Yet Super does fall with that railgun shot triggered, now mirroring that hero. So looks as though Elvish Soul Knife are going to give a little bit of distance to it. You're ready to commit to this Kitsune Rush though onto the objective, so that might just be enough to send them back into this engagement here. It certainly is going to let them stay in the fight, but the point has already been flipped in the midst of this engagement. It's going to be Chronic back here now onto Reaper instead. We have seen a full DPS line swap here for Free Fall, and so far the element of surprise is paying them in a good stead. We have the Sojourn, we have the Reaper, and we are getting so much consistent damage onto Elvish Soul Knife.
Oh yeah, and there's so much point presence already gained by Elvish Soul Knife, but Free Fall in control, and if they win this next fight, they should put themselves in a pretty good situation to try and tie us up here on Surabasa. But Elvish Soul Knife are walking into this with some pretty good ults on their board. Super with that overclock, maybe want to try to go up onto the high ground, but force everyone onto the board.
Wow, heavy expenditure from both these teams here. Sanctuary down from Blue, but alongside the Kitsune Rush here from Kiggs. Kind of comes down the wash. No one finds any kills yet so far. The overclock from Super, for once, I think, in this series, not really finding anything with that one. And the whiff of the Gravitic Flux. That is a devastating loss here of an ultimate. Yes, you find the kills. Donk falling down the objective could spell disaster for Free Fall as this Molten Core takes over the objective. Kills still being traded as Triggered and Keegs are alive on the point. And it looks as as though we're still fighting this tooth and nail. Who is left alive? It is the Sigma, which of course the toughest thing for them to dislodge. Oh, that is a critically timed Suzu there just to get out of dodge from that accretion coming out. Finally having members of both these teams coming back onto the engagement, onto the objective. It looks as though there's enough members of Free Fall to keep themselves alive and kicking and dislodge Elvis Soul Knife from the point on the back of a shatter here from Donk. That is going to be Palace taken. We've evened up Surabasa.
And looking like Free Fall might get a couple of stagger kills here, although you're right, gonna not go back to the spawn without drawing a little bit of blood triggered. Getting killed late in the fight. However, okay, we're gonna stick on this side of the map here, so over onto Gardens for the next point, and this time Free Fall is gonna get their feet on the point first. Now, they do have lots of ults to work with here. They're gonna have to be careful about the timing of things, so you don't want to dump everything all at once because Soul Knife are gonna be coming in with that Kitsune rush of their own, and they're building up to the Gravitic Flux and that Overclock kind of around the same time. You gotta be careful with your Free Fall, don't lose everything.
Gonna be the rush launched in first alongside the overclock coming through from Triggered. The shield is doing so much work here from Denji. Yeah, gotta play it a little more carefully. Triggered, we've seen you fall off the map before in this series. You do not want to see a repeat performance of that, especially with so much on the line here and now. A quick swing. The hands can't do very much against the hammer. In this case, I believe it's a bit of a demon axe coming through from the Reinhardt as Donk powers forward onto the opposition. This is how this composition is meant to play into that Sigma.
Yes, that's exactly it. And I mean, I guess moving Sonic over onto the Reaper has been very, very helpful for this frontline presence. To Xion, lots of kind of consistent damage, but you are usually more so kind of set up on those flanks. So I love this from Free Fall. If they can keep things going here, they might just be able to close this.
Donk gets a little bit too deep, and now the flux is big, catches onto many, but Sonic is there on the top ropes and down below. You may come up, but when you come down, the rest of your team has been torn to smithereens by a couple of these Hellfire shotguns. That is a massive team kill for Free Fall. What looked to be a devastating turn of events with Donk getting locked up here, gets turned around by the Reaper. What a heads-up play from Sonic.
Yeah, really good stuff. Great timing on that Blossom. And yeah, I was just thinking, you know, what does Elvish Soul Knight need to do to try and stop the bleeding here? It's a comp swap. They had to change something up. Genji was just getting run down on the Sigma, so gonna pivot over onto the Orisa here, a little bit stronger in the front line, but you do still have that same DPS combo here. The Sojourn and the Courtyard not really gonna be able to put up the same amount of pressure that this Reaper does, so the onus is on the DPS here for Elvish Soul Knight to try and force as many cooldowns out as you can from Free Fall before they're able to clear that distance onto Denji.
Map and match point on the line here for Free Fall. If they take this one, it's all over. The shatter comes down. Of course, that Golden Orisa unbothered, but everyone standing behind her is feeling the heat as the fire strike comes through. Donk lays it down, classic onto the objective, and Rawcraft decides to take a bit of a dive there off the edge of the map as the rest of the team, yeah, you want to reset with your squad.
All right, percentage building here for Free Fall. They do have the overclock. Sorry, Triggered. I'm so sorry that we witnessed that. It's just really unfortunate, but does have this overclock online to work with here. And Denji, because you just walk over onto that Orisa, you're not going to get shield first yet.
No, it's good to get overclock here. The sound barrier needs to be committed just to stay alive throughout all that damage. Super is answering with an overclock of his own. Will it be enough to find a single kill here? Finally, Donk falls, and with that, the rest of the team is going to get pulled apart here. Blue finding the kills, the finishing blows, but with plenty of assists from the rest of the squad there as Denji is able to power forward. This is exactly what the Orisa was designed to do. In the mirror match, it's hard to say who wins out, but against this Reinhardt composition, look, I think it's the dual thrusters perk. You don't get as much height from these Sojourns. I'm not sure they're taking that into account here.
I love we're getting to see both the Sojourns go for that. That is so good. I love it. I mean, it does difference, right? You want to have some high ground control here if you're Sojourn, because Super is going to get walked down if you were just on the low ground here. There's Surge ready to go from Denji, and if you can break this shield from Donk, it's a big opportunity to chunk a bit of this free roll.
Blue looking for a boop here, but has to back off the objective. It's going to be the beat here from Killer Queen. Lays through onto 4. Will it be enough as the rush comes out from Yurei? Elvis Soul Knife dangerously low here. Has to get healed up, but Yurei is not able to do so before Keegs answers back. That mirrored Kiriko is going to find the better of your opponent. And if one gets flipped in the middle of this fight, you would love to see this one last here. But as we head into the final stages, 90% and counting, Elvis Soul Knife, are they going to get a chance to touch? There's no one alive to do so. 98, 99, and that is it. Free Fall, despite some heroics on the first point here from Elvish Soul Knife, they will take Saravasa and take the series 3-1 on both accounts.
Really great stuff here from Free Fall, and I mean, they're just the more flexible team. We saw lots of swaps coming through from Free Fall throughout this entire series, and the swaps made it work. Unfortunately for Elvish Soul Knife, I mean, I like the swap onto the Orisa, but it's just a little bit too late here. Free Fall already built up all this momentum, and yeah, really figured out how they needed to play that Reinhardt composition to basically just walk all over Elvish Soul Knife.
It was so delightful to get to see this team find their confidence here after Lijiang.
And welcome back, tanks, healers, and damage dealers, to BPL Season 8, as we saw the ending of the other match on the B stream there. Free Fall able to take the victory, but we got one more match for you tonight. Yatagarasu versus Pachisuba. I am Captain Jack, joined by Thorimeya, my beautiful friend. Thank you for joining me for a little bit tonight.
Hello, hello. It's nice to be able to cast with you again, Captain Jack. It has been a long while, and what also has been a long while is me casting BPL because if anyone has not been realized, I am doing mostly observing nowadays. So this is one of the few times that I will come for the, call of help that Knock on Wood has asked for. But this is a great time for me to at least come back, because what better way than to cast a, one of my favorite, I guess, leagues, the C leagues. Always chaos, anything could happen, and that's exactly why it's fun.
That is absolutely true, and beautiful teams coming in here. Yatagarasu versus Pachisuba. I've gotten to see a little bit of both of them so far in the playoffs, as I'm kicking off the rust myself over the past couple of weeks. So let's go ahead and take a look and see what these teams have been up to in the bracket. Both teams really balanced for the most part. Yatagarasu 5-2 with a positive 9 map differential right now, versus Pachisuba 5-3 with a positive 1 differential. Both of them having some strong gains and losses across the season, but now they are here finishing things off against one another. We are in the lower bracket once again, so it is win or go home, and I gotta tell you, I'm feeling that this is gonna be a knockdown, drag out fight. As we can see, looking at Pachisuba being sent down by the most recent addition to the lower bracket, Elvish Soul Knife, over on the B stream. Pachisuba got demoted to them after qualifying through play-ins, and have been working their way through the Goblin Goobers, and now looking to change things up with Yatagarasu Freefall. Our winners in the upper finals are took down Yatagarasu in the previous round, and they're looking for that payback. They want to be able to bring it to them once again.
Yep, lots of stories you could say and tell just from looking at this bracket, but one thing is for sure, whoever has to go through this slog of a lower bracket will have to face Elvish Soul Knife, and let's face it, that is a very competitive team at the end of the day. They did win initially, the kickoff kind of tournament that BPL has. But rather than stick around, talk about brackets and everything, let's bring it onto the show and at least have an idea of where we are headed for our first map. And what can I say? Tried, true, and tested. We have at least Lijiang Tower, at least from what I am at least being told. So this is the choice of Yatagarasu. Nothing changes. But
such a choice.
Such a choice just looking at the map statistics.
You would think that they'd want to go with something that they have at least showed a little bit more promise on, but I mean, without knowing how Yatagarasu would play on Antarctic Peninsula, I guess you go with the tried and true. We were actually just talking about it in the back room here, that if you've been watching, you've seen a lot, and I mean a lot of Lijiang Tower during these playoffs, so not surprised that we're going there again. But as we were talking about it, Lijiang's just that perfect map, whether you like playing the brawl, whether you like playing the rush or the dive, like each map has its own uniqueness to making those comps work. Plus, there's a lot of various opportunity, whereas Control Center is a lot more brawl heavy, being able to get in those close quarter fights and not a whole lot of environmental potential. Then you move to places like Night Market or Gardens, where there's a heck of a ton of environmental potential and being able to utilize those small gaps either to get eliminations or to get to the objective quicker. So a lot of different strategies here. We've seen a lot of flexing from Pachisuba and Yatagarasu this playoff season. So far, as we go ahead and swap to Yatagarasu, look at this amazing team.
This amazing team with very unique, hero preference picks, right? And I think what's actually pretty interesting from these two teams is they are at least familiar with how to deal when things get scrappy. These are both teams that are so used to, 2-1 score lines during the regular season, and even during the actual playoff bracket, have some grit to go through a 3-1 situation or a 3-2 situation. So if anything, we should be prepared for some competition. So we do have this lineup of Yatagarasu. On the other screen, we do have Pachisuba, and it's going to be a wonder if we will be seeing a couple of these players play for this incoming map. We've seen the usual Pomku, Taken Wallet doing a lot of the work along with Fungin and Tim Week. Once in a while, we do see Bowsy around. But this DPS line of Annie, Andrew, Taken Wallet is super, super balanced, at least. So I think they should at least be able to stay competitive with Yatagarasu, and at least we should be expecting some level of competitive gameplay and a close scoreline.
I do have to note that I'm absolutely in love with the fact that both tanks love Onron. So they're essentially just saying, yeah, we're trapped here. We don't like playing these heroes. We play them because we have to, because we'd much rather be the dancing fire princess if we could. But yeah, I'm also excited to see, I didn't get to see Bowsy last match due to their availability. They came right as the last map started, so we weren't able to see them in play. But according to the chat, they're here for us tonight. As we can see, Yatagarasu banning the Tracer to start things off, with Pachisuba opting for the Ramatra ban as we head into Lijiang Tower.
Yep, and if there's anything these two picks are trying to hint at is one, if you remove the Ramatra, you're kind of like, there's a subtle hint from Pachisuba that they want to play maybe this Reinhardt. And into a Ram, the Reinhardt doesn't really do as well. Now, as we saw in the previous stream though, a Orisa to a Reinhardt, still competitive enough. Like, you could still get value with the Reinhardt. Now, Yatagarasu banning out the Tracer is on this just... I guess one of it is Pachisuba has a solid backline that has really pesky and annoying Tracer players. So you want that out of the way right away. And I think if you're trying to brawl it out, one less Tracer to like do off-angle damage and pick off your supports is a, peace of mind. That's what you want.
Yeah, especially on a map like Lijiang Tower, as we noted, there are some gaps that players are able to get through that normally others could not. And Tracer's definitely one of them that can utilize those gaps on Gardens or Night Market to be able to get around quickly, to get to objective or into those backlines quickly. So taking that out early, definitely understand that. And I agree with the Ramatra ban too. If we're gonna see some Reinhardt play, not a full counter necessarily, because that charge Ram not able to do anything about Ryan, just pulling you straight off the map. But as we can see, Edgymom, and we saw this in a match last week as well, opting for the Hazard to start things off as Pomku going with the tried and true Zarya.
I mean, here's the thing with the Zarya, right? If you have a DPS player who takes in and soaks in all that damage for you, right? You're easily able to build up towards the charge. And it just becomes a question of how well you can keep that charge alive. And that's what you hope your backline of Funjin and Timweek are able to do. And already you could see these swaps. I'm not too surprised. The dirty bubble of Reaper Zarya is what Pachisuba is running out with.
All right, as we see the market opening to start things off tonight, we see the rotation back to the point. Edgymom not able to close the distance just yet. Dasania looking for that potential pick on Ani, just barely able to get away. Edgymom able to finish things off, so not going to have that high damage except from our bunny Zarya Pomku there. Funjin looking for that move, looking to be successful, but no, Edgymom just still able to hold on for the moment, but the objective going to start for Pachisuba.
Look, Funjin did what Funjin's job was on that Lucio, right? You keep that Hazard busy, you force them to like try to survive through all of that. Nothing on point is there to help the team. So the Zarya on high charge does so much work, and already you could see that damage come to fruition with that 71% on the Zarya. So you as Pachisuba are just hoping to like help the Zarya of yours to do more damage, and already Reaper finding some balance.
Oh, beautiful chain coming in there for Buns Bronson, able to take Ani out of the fight with the help of Dasania. They're down a player, but they ain't out of it yet. Taken Wallet also has that ultimate getting ready to come up online. Bola plus grab can be a very dangerous combination, as we see the grab online, finds 3, the Suzu already utilized, and Ani able to get back into the fight, say, no, I'm not letting Taken take my play just yet. Pomku with the cleanup. Team kill for Pachisuba as they pass the 60% mark.
Right, and that was what you want as Pachisuba. There's nothing really to deny that grab's on surge, so you're using it right away. And you're just gonna cycle this out. You have a nano with Timweek. You pop that either onto your Reaper or maybe your Zarya. If it's on your Zarya, they just get massive damage right away.
Woo! That was close. Barely getting out of there after the sleep. The downpour ready and raring to go. Pomku falling a little low here as Edgymom looking for the opportunity for that downpour. Want to get those bubbles out of the fight as soon as possible. Kitsune Rush utilized, pushing in the sound barrier. Dropped down, but the downpour not invested. Take aim. Also taking down the Blossom, finds 2. Buns Bronson able to get the trade, but it's not enough. They gotta push in, and they gotta push in now as the Kenkai Sanctuary tries to hold the line. The Spree invested, finds 2 with the help of Sammy, now swapping over to the JPC as they look to try to clean up this objective. There it is, Pomku trying to do everything they can to hold the line, but there's only so much that a Reaper Zarya can do as they go ahead and try to clean them up. They're holding on for dear life. Ani able to find Asania for the final moments. The healing now back as Fujin able to wall ride their way to victory. 15 elimination streak for the Zarya players. Pomku and the rest of Pachisuba lapped down the night market.
Interesting with how Yatagarasu is trying to play this is they have Edgy Mom going in with this Hazard, but it always seems like there's no another DPS or another more mobile support with this Hazard. So what ends up happening is Pachisuba is willing to take that trade because what just happens, Pomku just ignores the Hazard, just goes straight into the back line and melts everything with the help of Ani and Taken Wallet. A lot of this is just this backline of Pachisuba surviving as long as they can before everyone else is dead on Yatagarasu. But already you're seeing some swaps, Lisania going over to this Bastion Mei, and they're here to just try to block off Ani's escape, especially when there is no bubble available.
Do love seeing Edgy Mom also coming out with the Zarya, Sania, and Toxic opting for the Mei Bastion. Not certain how much value we'll see there, but Fungin does get taken out, so the speed's down. But that Reaper just doing so much. Those Hellfire shotguns just tearing through the armor as much as possible. Beautiful anti-nade. Bubble does save the day for just a moment, but Ani and Pomku just cleaning up the field right now, and that looks like it's going to be an objective start for Pachisuba once again.
And take note, Taken Wallet already had built ult through just that first engagement. No point capture yet, already uses ult. That's how much damage this Freya has been doing into Yatagarasu, especially with a very more stagnant DPS line. Nothing really flanking or doing pressure. And you already see Ani trying to do this off angle, try to get charged for the Zarya, and just hope they don't get walled off by the main, which I think they should have done for Yatagarasu.
Yeah, you would have thought that we would have saw that Mei wall right there, but Tasania able to get around that pillar, take Pomku out of the fight. First death on the field, and that's going to be point for Yatagarasu. Oh, maybe not. Having a little bit of difficulty stabilizing, get the finalizing picks. Fungin coming in with a little tinnitus there for our Bastion player, but that is it. Edgy Mom takes the point with Yatagarasu.
Yep, but if you're Pachisuba, you are willing to at least deal with that. But this early death of Timmy not really doing any favors for Pachisuba, especially now that Pomku is stuck and forced to grab this group with a blossom and actually get some form of value. And this is just chaos in a tiny room.
Yeah, not the best position to be. Using the Blizzard do end up getting Fungin, but Ani and Sami trading off kills right now. Taken able to find some value with the take aim. The Susie there. Yatagarasu got control of the point once again. That was looking like a feed there from Pachisuba, but maybe we're just not up on their strats, and we see the ultimates coming in once again as we see Ani in the backline. That Kitsune Rush doing you nothing against those Hellfire shotguns as Toxic is the last one to fall.
And I think here's the challenge that Yatagarasu is running into. The Mei somehow should be getting value, but Taken Wallet is just able to do so much damage from a distance that they're actually the biggest playmaker for Pachisuba right now. You toss in maybe this Lola into this choke, you should be able to help get some value.
Graviton Surge online finds 4 as we see the investment of the sound. What? You blink and you miss it. You think everybody's supposed to die in the ground, but the aim is on point. Pachisuba is like, okay, we can stand still and shoot you, I guess. But as we see the picks now coming in 99%, as we see Edgy Mob swapping over to the Winston Buns Bronson on the Lucio just to be able to touch, and it looks like we will see them stabilize. Pachisuba killing a little too quickly during that grab, allowed them a second chance to touch.
I think more than anything, the Yatagarasu, at least for Edgemon and Bonson, deciding to just go from coast really forces Pachisuba to make a decision on how to fight, and the slight split didn't really just help them in all of that. But Taken Wall already close to the next bowl of shots, so if you're Yatagarasu, you have nothing really to answer it right now, especially with an anti onto your back.
Yeah, using the Suzu, the grabs there, the take aim's getting ready to come out, finds Function once again. But honestly, this is gonna be it. We see the Bola shot coming in. I mean, at the end of the day, Reaper versus Monkey, not always the best combination. The cleanup comes in fast and fierce. Overtime now ticking away. Can Edgemon touch just barely? Able to get onto the objective as overtime ticks away once again. Can Pachisuba clear the point? It looks like they will. The trades come in. Ping, ping, ping. We see some swaps over to the Cat and to the Venture. It's not enough, though. Pachisuba standing strong on Lijiang Tower, bringing their record now to 3-3 here on this map.
If there's one thing at least we have seen is this decision making for Yatagarasu to go to Lijiang Tower might just stem from, both teams not really having the best stats in that map. So it's fair game. But what I think didn't go their way really is maybe that Tracer ban. There was really nothing actually challenging Taken Wallet on the Freya. And that just means nothing pressuring Taken Wallet means that's free ult charge all the time for that Freya, even before the point unlocks. And we just saw that there in Control Center. So at least if you're Yatagarasu now, you now have an answer to the Freya down the line, right? Now you have a Tracer back. That's pressure from an off angle from the flank. That's something you at least have in your back pocket now. It's either that or you just have to match the hit scan to some level.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about this in the previous match, that if you look at APAC region, Freya's just been getting so much playtime and getting so many bans because of the immense amount of damage that she can do right now. So when you have a player just absolutely raining hellfire down from above, it is very difficult to deal with. We're going to be headed to a quick break because I unfortunately have some dad duties. They're going to take me away, but we got Jason in the back pocket, going to be taking over the casting for a little bit with Thea. We'll be right back with more BPL action in just a moment. Oh no, I guess we're going to swap them in live. All right. Well, Jason, I'm going to go ahead and hand it right on over to you then.
Yeah, no worries. Thank you, Jack. Go and do what you need to do. I'm sure you'll be back very, very shortly. Hello, BPL. Live substitution, Jace for Captain Jack, and then I guess. We are here, Pachisuba 1-0 up. So yeah, talk to me about that map. What did you like from Pachisuba that ultimately led them to getting that win on Lijiang Tower?
What I liked about Pachisuba is the fact that Taken Wallet was just allowed to take wallets, be free, as there was really no pressure on that Freya for most of the map until that very tail end swap just to even touch the point from Yatagarasu on the Winston. So I think what Pachisuba had in their pocket was really nothing pressuring Taken Wallet on the Freya. Now, should Yatagarasu have an answer for that, I think this would actually be way more competitive of a matchup.
Yeah, and Freya is just such a powerful hero, powerful character. And I think that any team that has a human Freya player relative to that level is just so good. And it makes Pomchu's job infinitely easier as well, right? You're just allowed to hold space. So a Yatagarasu is going to respond with a ban next map. I know that Edgemon, XX Edgemon, has been a standout for Yatagarasu in C League. When I talked to Pomchu, actually, I did a little bit of a C League roundtable before the playoffs started, and Pomchu said that they thought Edgemon was one of the standouts just in the league overall. So the fact that they've been able to really suppress the impact that tank has had with something like a Freya, I think it can be really good at just nullifying tank impact because of the power of those crossbow bolts. It's just so much poke. And I think they've got a real win condition, a real gem there for Pachisuba. So let's see if Yato respond with a ban next map.
At least from what we've gathered, we have a King's Row selection from Yatagarasu. And if you look at its statistics-wise, right? It's not the map they're the best at in terms of numbers, right? Pachisuba with that 2-1 should at least have some leverage to this, but what Pachisuba might not have leverage of is Taken Wallet on that Freya, as we at least have a ban from Yatagarasu on that Freya, already realizing how much of a problem it is. And as a result, Pachisuba deciding to ban the Kiriko, which only further establishes my assumption that we might have Tim Week walking out on the Ana yet again.
Yeah, Tim Week loves an Ana pick. Saya, if I had $10 for every time a BPL game had gone Lijiang Tower into King's Row, I wouldn't be working, and I might finally be able to afford a proper nice white wedding for me and my wife. I'll tell you what, I feel like I need to ping Teku after this game and see the numbers on the amount of times I've seen in playoffs Lijiang Tower into King's Row, because I feel like I cast it every week. It is crazy. I guess just comfort. I don't know.
I think it is comfort. I think the map is so rehearsed and practiced that at the end of the day, if you just change up what heroes are played with it, you just redesign how the fights go, where the fights go, but at the same time where the general area and space is, it just makes it easier to adapt. But we do have substitutions from both sides. Ani, who did so well on that Reaper for Pachisuba, giving all that charge for Pomku, is being substituted in by Andrew. And on the side of Yatagarasu, I think they have Baloney coming in for what might be one of their supports, or is it their tags?
It's Desania coming in, who played Soldier last map.
So there we go. So I'm completely wrong for everything. It's a DPS substitution. So
it's fine.
It's what it is, but we're already seeing it. Pachisuba, you already see Timmy covering over this Ana, and without a Kiri, that just means free anti-nades for days and days.
Yep.
So that's pretty much your move-in condition for Pachisuba. On the side of Yatagarasu, I'm not surprised that they are coming out with this Juno, and I think that is just to help with any disengage as needed.
Yeah, I think ultimately that Yatagarasu, when they pick King's Row, they just say, hey, we're better at team fighting than you are. We think we're going to be able to play the front to back better than you are. And Juno Baptiste isn't the most conventional backline. It's one that still might work. We've actually got the main mirror, and the wall comes out first. Edgymon just gets pinned against it. They're going to lose so much HP. That wall could even just go down. It blocks Andrew's satline. Unfortunately, Edgymon just rotates the wrong way. They back up straight into the welcoming round of Andrew, and he sits 2 down. This is a classic. How many times we've seen Andrew open a fight with a Sojourn round? We could be in 2038, and this guy, still with his old man hands, his walking cane, will probably be on the anvil hitting round.
And I think that's how Pachisuba wants this played, right? If you talk about the front to back, but we're not talking about the whole Pachisuba, let's go in as 4 and hope Andrew gets a pick on that slight off angle, which, just works for them in a lot of these fights, and that's ultimately what gives them 5.5 minutes on first, to go through this streaks phase.
Yeah. And ultimately, Yatagarasu have a decent job at actually breaking the main wall comp, and they should be able to burst a pillar down. They've got Lamp as well to be able to survive. Yeah, they try and walk up onto Edgymon, and Tyson just puts a couple of punches into the skull of Funjin, the notorious Lucio player, sometimes known for going a bit too aggressive. Edgymon gets another one just with the rapid force onto Taken Wallet. I believe that might actually be from the impact damage rather than the actual hit dot itself. And now it's 3 for good in the kill feed, so yeah. Funjin actually comes in and dies again, which has to be some kind of speedrun.
I think it's a speedrun. You pointed it out very well. I was just like, man's coming back from spawn, and then it's suddenly just back in the spawn room. Probably has the most deaths in the lobby right now. So already window available for Yatagarasu soon, so I will not be surprised if they're going to try to deny this push with that window, as exactly I calculated.
Andrew's found himself on the off angle, not the most railgun charge in the world, so it's just an annihilation pop from Pomku. Taken Wallet throws the May on top. Taken Wallet is here in our BPL playoffs, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be good for 1, good for 2. The Nano, dare I say, when you're snowballing as much as Pachisuba is, I think you need all the time bankers possible to get into King's Row third, because this point historically for C League, it's like Hell's Gate, it's like Icon Vault B, it's like the door to heaven, very few cap, very few get in. That's a great start for Manchur to Hayden as well. But yeah, this thing is, I don't even know, like the Great Wall of China, C League KR. I very rarely see teams full cap this.
A C League KR is one of two things. It's either both teams fully capped and we have some level of OT, or like there's no cap that's happening. And right now we have suffering on the side of Edge Mom. I would not be surprised if they pop it right now.
What do they go for? They're just going to walk in with the Ray instead, so Bunch Bunsen clears them out, and the form just does so much damage sat inside that Ray. The one good thing about it gives the team a W button, it gives them a nice and easy engage, as we've talked about. We think we can team fight better than you. That is what both teams are effectively saying. This map, the Luciana versus the Juno Baptist.
Well, here's my take. You have Andrew with the Sojourn ult, so I wouldn't be surprised if they just push in with it. Well, with Tim Leaf down, that might be a different answer, but it's C League. Sometimes ults get dropped, and maybe an ult, Ram ult too.
We are getting absolute ult fest here though. Edgymom finally pops the Annihilation. Do they have no speed boost, no speed ring, nothing? It's just to try and stabilize in the fight. And as we said, watch the time like slowly drain away. We've been a minute and they've just got to a corner. Pompey getting dangerously low, but dangerously close to Annihilation. Edgymom, I think, is just going to be not one for this world as well. And I wonder now, with the major perks potentially coming up, both of these mains get access to Deep Freeze. That's going to be a big game changer for the rest of this attack push.
Well, what also is a big change, at least for Pachisuba, is they could potentially snowball this with a Ana Nano to either keep Pompo alive or just like enable the int.
Well, let's see. Int it is. Blizzard right on top of their face though, so that's going to be one whole Remarcher put into the Deep Freezer. Say hello to Walt Disney for me, but take a wallet. Trades 2 back. Okay, the Maker wallet, it's still 3. And it might even get a 4th. Go, get your 4th, roll that payload in. With 3 minutes 30 left, and Taken Wallet, Mr. Reliable, is always a mainstay, is always a main factor. If you ban them off hitstand, guess what? They're just going to lock May on King's Row. It was an oversight from Yatagarasu, and I think they've been punished for it. Taken Wallet, bro. Basically the most damage in the, actually not the most damage in the lobby, but still pretty good damage on May.
That's actually the interesting thing you brought up, Jace, is you go to King's Row and you opt to ban the Freya, knowing full well that we have Pachisuba has Make Wallet on their team.
Wallet.
So I feel like if you really wanted to ban the Freya and take a map for yourself, I think you should have just gone for a different hybrid map altogether that isn't as effective for a Mei. And there's a handful of maps, at least in this state of Overwatch, where the Mei could get some value, but at the same time not really get us not as consistently. I'm thinking of something like maybe Midtown to a certain extent, right? After if you manage to get through the first choke.
Yeah,
right?
I think Midtown's good. I also think Numbani's good. Edgymom has shown that they're very capable on Hazard throughout this season so far as well, Freya. So.
Exactly. And Yatagarasu trying to find answers to surviving through this Mei wall that Taken Wallet is able to do so well. They're going for an Orisa tank line. And I think this is just a survivability question more than anything.
Yeah, the Reaper, I don't mind into the Mei and the Remarcher, but I think with the aggressiveness that Andrew plays angles, and also, I mean, Taken Wallet just double dink Sammy, so 1, 2, bam bam, thank you ma'am, Sammy goes down. Taken Wallet helping hold that space. Yeah, Yatagarasu just can't push in.
I think if we're trying to pressure this out, they really are relying so heavily on this front to back that maybe that isn't as much of the answer. And already you could see a Baloney going for a different angle, hoping to pressure them out.
Yeah, Timwick goes for the flank angle, and they manage to get the anti onto Edgymom, and that might just be it. Yatagarasu stay in for a little bit too long. Pachisuba are somehow able to stable without their main source of sustain, that being the heal fronting. He flanks all the way round through Hotel and goes for a nade on the backline. So Yatagarasu a bit too slow potentially in the neutral here, just allowing Pachisuba to get too much value with their cooldowns.
I think already having to taxi the team back, you already have Yatagarasu like getting some hit percentage on point. Edgemob's pressuring everyone else, and already out of the game is Andrew. So this is looking like it's going to be Yatagarasu favored unless the Blizzard of Taken Walls does the value it needs, especially when they push in with it.
Yeah, and of course, as all the May does come in from Taken Wallet, it is just going to keep them nice and healthy with the sound barrier on top as well. I thought they were going to Mage-Axe there for a second. It's Yatagarasu get pushed off at 79%. Edgemon might be able to find the exit because it's in weak. Nope, that's just too much damage. Sammy trades, so there might... I don't think there's going to be anything here, just losing your Orisa. Pumpkin's still alive as well this time. It's just so important, and Andrew and Taken Wallet really putting on a show. They were on different teams last season. This season they've teamed up with Pumpkin as well. Another bit of a C-League All-Star lineup here for Pachisuba, and showing why with a very strong hold so far.
If Yatagarasu has anything in their favor, it's the fact they have 5 ultimates online, so one of those should work. And the only thing Pachisuba has is that, well, I say this, no longer existing Ramatra ultimate. So if I'm Pachisuba, I think you just fight for the very few time bank on the point, and just disengage, regroup with the team, and hope you don't stagger any further, which is a hard ask when you have an Orisa chasing after you, and you're barely alive as a character.
This was actually a really good alarm engage from Yatagarasu here. Pachisuba stole the time back out decently well. The snowball continues. You're also getting Baloney versus Andrew on the Reaper matchup. I say on the Reaper matchup on the DPS still there, and they've played each other a lot of times as well. Yatagarasu though, quick chance for a team fight here. Potentially just if they try and push up and take early.
I think you go in maybe with that Ana ult from Sammy, right? Maybe on your Reaper to at least keep them alive as they enter, or maybe to help them stay alive when they blossom going in, especially now that the nade of Timmy is out of commission.
Yeah, Yatagarasu got a plethora of ultimates available. Which one to decide to commit? It's going to be the Nano first, but he's looking for that Death Blossom. But Edgemon slams 2 down on the supports, put them to bed like any good player should do on time, or father as well. I'm not picky about gender roles. Gender's a social construct anyway. But nice ult from Edgemon nonetheless. Fungin and Timweek back to the spawn room after the Orisa ult.
Yep, and that was that is an economical ult usage from Yatagarasu, so now they have 2 going into this next fight. And if I am Pachisuba, I am at least going to fight in this corner instead. You are able to keep things alive, and you want your Orisa for Pompus to still stay alive.
Oh, nice spear. Great spear from Pumpkin to cancel the Death Blossom. It finds Fungin nonetheless. Underneath here means that Pachisuba now are going to be struggling to exit this fight, but Brunson's alive with this keeping. You Yatagarasu put their foot on the pedal. Does the bird take flight? Do they flap their wings and walk aggressively onto the scuba crew?
I think they should have, but Taken Wall already taking out Toxic. This spells disaster, and the wall onto Edgemon. This is like a disaster for Yatagarasu. They should have been more aggressive with their gameplay pretty early on, especially when Pachisuba didn't have Fungin online. So now you look at Ultimate Bank. This works all completely in favor of Pachisuba. They already have a better time bank than Yatagarasu. And if you're Yatagarasu, what do you have? A Soj ultimate. You're building towards Nano and maybe that Orbital Ray. So
you've got 3 good ults.
You have 3 good ults into what is a Taken Wallet Blizzard.
Yeah, and also a sound barrier. So it's actually going to be sound barrier engaged from Fungin. Just to go straight for the backline. Pumpkin rips the ultimate as well. Taken on top. So it's actually a 3 ult fight for Yatagarasu, and they get 2 out in response. His Baloney, aka Andulouette, kills both Fungin and Andrew. So Yatagarasu actually might be able to find it in this fight. Edgemon again with the Nano Orisa ultimate Terra Surge on top. This is a Nano pop from Timweek. This isn't over. Might just be a mistake as well, unfortunately. Pachisuba are going to want all of those ultimates back because guess what? It's a neutral fight and the payload is still rolling. Great fight back to Yatagarasu. That was really long.
I think if you're Pachisuba, you're hoping Andrew just lands shots with this Soldier ultimate, especially now that the only other person with a potential ult build is gone. No DPS line. This is looking like it's still going to be Yatagarasu in favor. You don't have to use a Soldier ultimate. You just have to get these kills, and you can see that Edgemon just trying to get Andrew out. But I think at that point you just go off map. Your team's down, and figure out how you're going to do this next fight. And I think this next fight, you're trying to enable Andula to get to that Blossom. Because there's no beat online yet. If you force out Spear from Pomku, right, that's just free ult for you.
Wraith form. Yeah, it's Wraith early. It's the OC comes up. We don't really have an angle to clear it, so they've got to try and they're corralled into this room. And let's see, last couple of fights, Yatagarasu were hesitant to put their foot on the pedal, and this time Pachisuba have done the opposite. Because Andrew again just finding illegal angles on this Sojourn. Everyone 5-stack main, Edgemon pushed off the map by Funjin. It's a quick reset, it's a quick fight. Pachisuba just kind of do what Yatagarasu failed to do in a couple of fights ago, which was be aggressive, play forward, understand your win condition, and actually actively try and win the fight.
Yes, and I think that's what we are seeing from Pachisuba, is the fact that they are being aggressive. Like, even if they're not really that much of an ult advantage, they're relying on maybe that one ult or one cooldown to get some value. And here, you're hoping to just melt one of the people who could deny this rebuild.
Ooh, this might be a death from Toxic. Basically guaranteed, May blocking right in front of it, yeah, and there's just no help from there, no life grip or anything, right? So they are just dead to right. Pomky gets the nano on top as well to continue their rampage on the Battle Tattle. Tim Weak doesn't quite win that fight all by themselves going for the flank, but they just forced the May cryo for free, and May without no cryo, that's a dead one. 20 seconds left. The Yatagarasu have got ultimates, they've got a plethora coming up online. But let's see if they can even search.
I think you have to go in with this Juno ring. You can't use it to disengage. You have to use it to just go in and get some form of value in this, especially now that we have 3 ultimates online.
Here we go. The Nano could come in onto the Reaper. Drops the Death Blossom on top. The pull from the Orisa also manages to corral them. They take a little bit of damage. Too much damage, actually. It's now the Blizzard on top from Taken Wall, and it's traded 3, 4. The kill feed still looking healthier for the side of Yatagarasu. That could be a death from Sammy. Somehow doesn't manage to go down and just has enough to nano onto Edgemon. Yatagarasu. They're still clawing their way and fighting, and inside this speed ring, the Orisa managed to get an all-important pick. It's Funjin and Andrew now. Taken one, it pops the armor on of all characters, so that ability to be able to get back quick. Soldier also deployed from the ranks out from the hero pool of Bologna in a desperate attempt to retest the payload. Taken one, of course, with that dancing plays. Knows Inferno Rush is so good at just contesting the point and getting clean up. Some may call it Genji for toddlers. Unfortunately, Toxic is just going to sit them down. No more Fire College for you. But Pomky's still alive in this fight. This Orisa is going to be so good at anchoring the payload as Yatagarasu. They just have to touch one by one. Their time runs out. Their plot please try. And they fall under the streets of King's Row 3rd. And I said it. How many times do we see this map not be full capped? People struggle on this 3rd point, and Pachisuba against the map pick and first ban of Yatagarasu, by the way, put themselves on match point.
There's one thing Pachisuba has on their side right now is, I think a lot of this is being aggressive, and somehow the bans and map picks are going their way. And that's pretty much the summary of this. So I think if you're Yatagarasu, you really have to think through this next map choice for push, and also the ban, because now you can't ban the Mei, you can't ban the Freya no longer, so it's back.
Yes.
Do you want to ban the Mei?
I mean, potentially. I think one of the bigger things to do is get rid of the Orisa. It's such a neutralizer as a tank, and Pomku has been able to show that they can just pull it out and dominate on it. 40-6, by the way. Pomku went that map. And I think if one of your main win conditions, one of your high-value picks, is Edgemon on some of these more carry-oriented tanks, if you just go Orisa into it, you can just spend your whole map looking at the Orisa for most of the fight, or looking at the tank most of the fight on Orisa. And as I said, it's just the neutralizing tank. It's like that and Hazard just exist to make the other tank's life as miserable as possible.
Mm-hmm. Well, we now at least know that Yatagarasu has to figure out how to get themselves out of this miserable situation. So we will be going to a short break to at least get things settled and for these two teams to figure out what their game plan is going to be. So don't go anywhere.
Welcome back, gamers, to BPL Season 8 playoffs here in the C League between Yatagarasu and Pachisuba. I'm back! Only took me a little bit, but I'm back. I heard that I missed a very interesting Kings Row match, Jace, so
Yes.
Get us back up to speed.
Well, Yatagarasu picked Kings Row, and they banned Freya. And Freya's okay on Kings Row, but after being beat on Lijiang Tower, they unfortunately left the Macon wallet open. And unfortunately, Yatagarasu just bet that I think that they bet that they were better at the front to back and just say, we're just going to out-team fight you flat on.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, they did not out-team fight them because the Orisa character does exist. And when Edgy Mom accepts your win condition, you show Orisa and stare at them. But we're going from Kings Row, we're going from the grim, dark streets of England. We're going over to Canada. And important to note that I think Saya said in the break, Yatagarasu picked 2 maps that they had a negative win rate on. Someone please, guys, for anyone watching the broadcast unmuted, so to all 10 of you, A, I love you, B, anyone on a team, go to solomon.gg match details. You can see your own team's record before your series starts. You can have a look so we don't have to pick maps that we're 0-4 on. We're 0-4 on Lijiang Tower. Surely the 5th time is the one, guys. Surely, like that's not even gambling, Jack. That's like you've got a 99% chance to be shot in the head and a 1% chance to be a millionaire, and you're still stepping up to the plate. Like, what are we doing?
Yeah, I mean, the good thing is that Pachisuba was also negative on that map, but they actually have some wins on there, so I also was a little surprised that we saw Yatagarasu doing that. Much better record on Kings Row, though. 0-2, as we can see there, versus the 3-1 now for Pachisuba. So I gotta be honest, looking at records, I'm really hoping that they take that into account going into push. We did see a little bit of Coliseo played earlier, but again, that feeds into Pachisuba. It looks like Esperanza, probably the best option. Could go to New Queen Street. We don't see a record for Pachisuba on that, and it looks like we're gonna lock in Runasapi instead. At least they're even keel on it.
Yeah, unfortunately. Well, my Portuguese isn't quite fluent, but it is like a it's I wouldn't say it's a half language, but it's like a level 2 or level 3, and I believe it's Esperanza because it directly translates to hope/positive expectations. That's the name of the map. So yeah, it's more of an Ish sound than an Esp sound. Not that it matters.
My apologies.
No, it's all good. I just think for some casters and anyone to know, because I still hear it's like when people called Kiriko Kiriko. You know, it's like pronounce
I don't remember that.
No,
really?
Some people I know did. Yeah, they called them Kiriko rather than Kiriko. But it's the same thing calling it. It's the same thing calling it Esperanto. If anything, it's Ishmaels. But we're going to Runasapi, so who cares? Like, who cares?
Yeah.
It's useless information. Good job.
I appreciate it. As folks may or may not know, I've been out of commission for the last year, so I'm shaking off the rust. So
we're getting there.
I'm getting back in there. So as we head to Runasapi, though, we got some bans on the table. Yatagarasu opting for the Reaper ban to start things off, which I don't think is a bad play. Like, you can't ban the Freya anymore, so you definitely want to get that in-your-face damage dealer off the table. I'm not for certain what we might see from Ani in trade. Pachisuba opting for the Jetpack Cat ban. So definitely making sure that air nuisance is out of the fight as well.
So on the one hand, Pachisuba lose probably one of their easier high-value picks, both Andrew and Arnie capable of playing that Reaper. But on the flip side, it's a huge aura benefit. It's a huge aura lob from Yatagarasu. Banning the Reaper? Are you kidding me? They're so terrified of the Reaper that they have to ban it for this map in particular, because I don't think the character is actually that good right now. I think there's too much in the game to be able to deny it, particularly with some of the meta tanks. Like, I think Orisa is not terrified at all. I don't think Hazard is terrified. But maybe they want to play Roadhog. So we will see. Meta tanks right now. The meta tanks right now, it's just like all of them. It's just like similarness. And when we get Demon next week, we might get some similarness as well. But this is what I expected out from Edgymon on the Hazard, to be fair, Captain Jack. That's been our go-to signature pick all season. And, well, Yatagarasu, I think it's expert analysis to say that they need to win this map, otherwise they will lose the series.
Yeah, I mean, that not only will they lose the series, they lose their spot in the playoffs as well. This is do or die time. So I hope you got your brooms out, Yatagarasu. It's time for beep beep reverse sweep as we head into Runasapi.
Pomku is on the very ethical Mauga hero. Some have called this character honest, some have called it ethical Overwatch. And I think, unironically, once they shifted Mauga's power out from that infinite sustain monster that it used to be, more of a stomp character, a bit more of a ground dive Winston character, a little bit more ethical, a little bit more strong. It doesn't matter, Toxic is just killed him, we can see.
Yeah, able to take out that back line, but Taken Wallet able to get the trade. Pomku following up on Ando. But it's this 3v3 right now. Pomku very low, Edgymon able to spike right through the heart and get that bot a-moving for Yatagarasu.
Yeah, I think Edgymon is because they like the Hazard character and they like to spike people through the chest violently rather than anything else. And this Hazard character, not only is it broken, it's just like a fat Genji. It is just Genji.tanked. And Edgymon is demonstrating it right now. And this character fills me with so much disappointment. I think it's such a good design. But seeing it played, Captain Jack, it's just so dumb to play against. Like, you just get one shot by it, bro. Like, I can't.
I have never heard someone call Hazard a bad Genji. That's just crazy.
Unlovable Genji clone.
Yeah, I mean, we see this with a lot of characters, right? There's some tanks that have similar abilities to DPS, and they're just, because they have more health, they can just do more with it. Edgymon finding the double kill, but Taken Wallet also with the double kill in the back line. Falling incredibly low, Pomku able to take Buns Bronson out of the fight. Toxic now back in, looking to finish off Taken. 5 HP in a dream, but Ani able to get back in there and help things out. 41 meters as Pachisuba takes control of the bot for now.
Yeah, I feel like, to give you some kind of very unusual analysis, right now for everyone struggling to understand the map situation, I'm going to use not a David because he killed Goliath. Maybe let's call him I know Ben and Goliath situation. Ben is just your average human villager. Both of these tanks, Edgymon and Pomku, they are actually Goliath. They are Lord and Savior. They are lobby admins. Everyone else is literally just a Minecraft NPC. They're trying their best. It's about these two tanks. Because they're just so powerful. Like, if you go anywhere near one of these tanks, they just slash delete you and you disappear. Like, I'm so serious.
Jason, being honest, I'm loving these comparisons right now as we see the Freya duel results to Taken Wallet. Toxic able to finish things up while continuing their fight with Ani. Going for the pulse bomb is unsuccessful. Pachisuba does take the lead, though, in the meantime, grabbing the objective and getting that closer spawn point.
Yeah, but it's like, at some point, what can you do? It's like when both your characters are just like the lore-accurate equivalent of Game 7 LeBron James in 2018, 2017. Like, what can you do? Like, you go anywhere near them and either Hazard or Mauga just completely stomps you out of existence. We're seeing both of them trade so heavily onto each other. So I think that's the game. Who goes in though doesn't find Pomku. That's big for the side of Pachisuba.
Yeah, that is strong for them. And I was a little worried that Pomku wasn't going for the run, but it looks like Edgymon was trying to go for that backline pressure. Buns Bronson getting taken out of the fight. Ando finding the follow-up onto Ani. Trades for days, but right now, Pomku being in the fight is going to make it that much more difficult for them to push into for Yatagarasu. We're hitting the 100-meter mark, and there's not much space left for them to be able to stem this bleeding.
Yeah, and bleeding nonetheless. Pachisuba really accelerating towards a massive 3-0 here, 6 minutes. We always say that push starts at about 3.5 minutes.
Oh.
Realistically from here, if we get a pause from in real quick, realistically from here, Pachisuba just need to understand that they don't need to win every single fight. Your Mauga will win some fights because it's Mauga. You will lose some fights to Hazard because it's Hazard. As I said, it really is just about which server admin is going to be able to do a lot. And luckily for the side of Pachisuba, their character is a bit better at containing the hazard in terms of pre-fight poke. If you light them on fire, you can burn a bit of their right click. And the reason that hazard is so OP is because of that right click, that damage reduction resource. If you can drain some of that pre-fight, just makes it a bit easier for your squishier characters to actually do damage to them. Because it's about, I don't know what the damage reduction is, but it's too much.
Oh no, Toxic Mouse died. That's unfortunate. I mean, Toxic did die multiple times, but I'm gonna take a wild guess that their PC died, and that was the issue.
Did his mouse die, or is Pomcu's character so overpowered it turned it off? Question.
Yes, good question. That is indeed
big answer.
But it looks like Toxic's back in the fight. It looks like they're live again. Hopefully, we're not seeing the "Am I alive? Am I dead?" as we see. Now, Edgy Mom opting for the Orisa, able to find the pick onto Bunjin. Mauga in the middle of the Kenkai Sanctuary, meant for the other team, just to be able to contain all of his bullets. Ando finding the double kill there to finish things off as Yatagarasu regains control.
Yeah, crazy good Sanctuary, actually, from... I like the idea from Buns Bronson. It just comes in a bit too late. It would have been classic on the Mauga stomp Sanctuary them so they can't get any heal. It's basically like a Mabel 10x, just hold the defense matrix over them with that Sanctuary. Not been able to hit the most. Chains, so far I've noticed, have these mother keys. Misses there, could get punished for it. Not taking Arnie trade, so...
Oh, we see a lot of damage coming in from taking Wallet onto Edgy Mom. Being able to come back Toxic. Getting a Funjin Fist to the face as the cleanup comes in. It looks like Yatagarasu finally stabilizing, able to grab that forward momentum.
Yeah, really important for them that they get this. So a little bit bone dry on ultimate. Static High Sanctuary is going to build up decently fast. Bunjin has it themselves. Edgy Mom now on the Orisa, as I said, to stabilize and the neutralizer, Bunjin to try and stop Pomcu. And just being able to run a rampage on this Mauga character. I wonder if Mauga has the both perks now, because that's going to make it so much easier for him to play as well. Great Sanctuary.
Oh, unfortunate to use the bola shot into the Kenkai Sanctuary. That's going to hold everything together. But Taken finds the triple kill as the team tries to retreat. Unfortunate timing. Pachisuba team kill on the board as they make their way back to the wall.
It's just inevitable on any character, and maybe there is a character, there is a player amongst that can stand up to the Goliath that we've got on tank this lobby. Just in terms of base power alone, that's
Taken!
Another pre-fight pick. Taken is killing everyone, bro. Who designed Freya? What is this guy?
I mean, Freya's been around for a while, and seeing so many people really get some good value out of her lately has been very interesting to see, as we see Buns Bronson just like, wow. Not exactly the positioning you were hoping to be, as we see Edgy Mom. They're playing into the meta. They're going for the Mauga too.
Fired up like a volcano as Dapperman makes a threat on the SBCS ranking of Pomcu there. I think the Mafia are after Pomcu is going to have to run. Nice Sanctuary on top. Yatagarasu slowly crawling into the series.
We go ahead and see Pomcu able to get the cage fight down. Not enough to take Edgy Mom out, but that's what the rest of the team is for. And we see that bot moving closer and closer to the Pachisuba spawn. But can Pomcu get back in time for this last fight, or are we going to see a pullback?
And even for Pachisuba, you just get like 130 meters and dip, because the fact that you've pushed it so far is already good. You can potentially send your Tracer to like stall on payload a little bit, but it's a disaster for Yatagarasu. Like in terms of the top 5 things that you don't want to happen, it's like 5th behind like the floods, the rainstorm, and the heat death of the universe, and like another Mauga character.
Well, we do see both Maugas taking aim at one another. Edgy Mom able to edge out that fight for the moment. Tim Week also swapping over to the Ana. Has been providing a lot of value, but Sammy's Kiriko really helping out with those anti-nades. The push going back again into Yatagarasu's favor, but with 2 minutes on the clock, they have got a lot of ground to make up.
Oh, so much. It's going to be an absolute uphill battle. Someone start the climb by Miley Cyrus, because it's going to have to be, absolutely. Important to note that now that we're in the Mauda mirror, it's going to be Anti-Nade versus Suzu, because Timmy can anti the Mauda, and of course, Sammy has a way of cleansing the fire that Pomku is inevitably going to put onto their own time.
Oh, but Tim! Absolutely amazing shot with the anti-nade, takes Sammy out of the fight early, and that is dusted. Pachisuba taking control of the bot as Yatagarasu just trying to stay alive as they get that hero back in the fight.
It's like the pick for Yata that you don't want to see, because you need that Suzu and Kiriko so powerful. The rest of your team is just absolutely scorched and torched without it. Great stuff coming in, but
anti-nade, cage fight, Genkai Sanctuary. We see the utilization of the Bola shot takes out both supports, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. The rest of the team is dead. We see Buns Bronson on this Juno able to get the final hit on the Taken Wallet, but is gonna have to. Oh no, Pomku's actually gonna pull back.
Yeah, I just think not too worried about the progress barrier, just more so trying to fight in better areas. This is really smart for Pomku. Also waiting for that Ana to set up again. As I said, I think it's Mauda versus Mauda, and it's Main versus Suzu. Whichever cooldown from these fights support gets the higher value. There we go, Suzu forced already for the Mauda, under infinite pressure from the anti-nade.
And we already see the Nano invested onto Ani, looking for those shots, finds the Pulse Bomb, doesn't do a heck of a ton of damage, but the cage fight cleans it up. Pachisuba in quick succession takes down Yatagarasu 3-0 in the lower round 2.
Yeah, this is one of our banger matchups that we had win or go home. Both of these teams had an impressive regular season. Very hyped coming into this game. As we see, Taken Wallet just so reliable this whole series on the Mei, on the Freya. Particularly when C-League meta often sort of quote-unquote deforms, quote-unquote devolves, quote-unquote settles into very front-to-back oriented comps. It's about which DPS can take an angle, it's about which one is able to find a high-value hit scan, because not a lot of these other characters have the range to compete with them, and really overpowered Freya in that spot in particular, and Taken Wallet abused it to the full extent. Pachisuba keep their season alive.
I completely agree with you there. I mean, Taken was just lighting up that kill feed left, right, and center, so I feel like we've got no choice but to hand over the MVP to them. We'll see if production agrees with us. I do gotta give an honorable mention to Tim Week, though. Having a little bit of a struggle at the beginning of this evening, but wow. Absolutely locked in on that Ana after we saw the ban on King's Row, also forcing them to stay on Ana after Lijiang Tower, and it's just been popping off in that backline. The unsung heroes of Overwatch, the amazing support players. But gonna be taking that MVP slot tonight. We're gonna wait and see if we can get an exit interview from Yatagarasu. Had an amazing season, not able to lock it in the final moments. You never know at the end of the day how things are going to shake out, but it seems that the flexibility of Pachisuba was there, ready and raring to go. As you can see, they're going to be facing off against the winner of Chosen versus Eternal X. Going to be happening tomorrow night at 8:30. So you're definitely going to, I don't know if we're going to have that streamed, but if it is, you definitely want to tune in and watch that. And as you can see, Elvish Soul Knight is waiting for the winner of these. And I gotta be honest, if I was Pachisuba, I'm ready for a rematch. I want to show Elvish Soul Knife, oh my goodness, tongue-tied, that we've got what it takes. So we took the long way around for reasons.
Yeah, I think I will say with a little bit of personal viewpoint, the Soul Knife, Freefall, and Suba are the three strongest teams that we've got left. So the winners of Chosen versus Eternal X are going to have a difficult lower semis. Elvish Soul Knife were one of our favourites going in, had a fantastic regular season, and some called them the team of destiny. Almost just like destined to win it, but Freefall, also a very solid team. Their DPS line, very, very solid. Luna, and who's the other one? I forget off the top of my head. I'm so sorry, Freefall, but both the DPS are absolutely incredible as well, and deserved grand finalists. So whoever comes out of the lower bracket, Jack, it's going to be an absolute turbo banger in C League, and we love that.
I'm excited to see it. Well, we do have some folks from Yatagarasu going to be joining us here in the VC. Oh, we got a whole team interview. Let's go.
Oh, the whole squad is up here.
The whole squad is here. Yatagarasu leaving it all on the table best you can tonight, but unfortunately, we're gonna be saying goodbye. I gotta ask, what was the vibe going into tonight? What was the feeling, and kind of was there something behind the scenes that was kind of impacting things, or was it just difficult to find the rhythm?
I think overall, I think we're a very mechanically talented team. Everyone on this team is fucking super intelligent, and I think we just needed more time to really put things together. We didn't have as much availability as some other teams to scrim as much, but overall, I think everyone on this team like put the work in, and I think given another chance with maybe more scrims in there, we could have won the league. We could have every single player on this team easily is a winning player. Like I 100% believe that.
I do too. I
blame the
Jace,
meta.
I'll hand it over to you. You'll blame the meta?
Yeah, we'll blame the meta.
I get it.
None of my characters are good.
Yeah, it's fucked up. Why can't we get a hazard meta?
Yeah, I mean, if you play in my plat comp games, hazard's pretty meta there. I'm gonna be honest. My plat comp games, I get quite a few very deadly hazards. So maybe you just gotta swap.
Gotta find the right audience, you know?
Exactly, gotta find the right audience, right level to play at. But no, I totally can understand that. I'm a Reinhardt player myself. I love the man to death, but every season, every new hero, he just gets further and further and further.
Oh, now you got Electro Reinhardt coming out.
Yeah, now I got Electro Reinhardt. So maybe we just I got the idea. Overwatch. We give Demon a Reinhardt skin, and then that's it. And then Reinhardt's back in the meta again.
Then the rank ladder must fear Captain Jack.
Yeah, bro. Just play your Gundam looking ass Reinhardt character in peace, Captain Jack. Got that.
Wait, so we actually can we talk about the MVP, Edgy Mom / B?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
State your case. State your case. Yeah, of course.
I tried my best, and my team is really good, and they helped me get to where I am, and I played well in some of the games. So I don't know.
Also talking about the Gundam shit, like fucking Aura under Neon Junction. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
True.
Yeah.
That's me. That statue, that's me on Ram. In the Gundam
so, Hayden, obviously you're a long time. Sorry, Buns Bronson. Sorry, you're a long time BPLer. Have been a captain of many a team. How do you feel this one went, I guess, positive, or if you want to, don't have to, negatively compared to the other experiences? I mean, I think overall you guys did great. Is there maybe something that you felt like you wish that you did better in terms of captaining or prep or something going into the season? Or do you truly think that, I guess just how are you feeling about this team compared to some of your other BPL teams, I guess?
Well, I think this team is one of the most loveliest teams I've ever been on. There's vibes. There's different vibes with every team. Like back in the old days of season 2, I was on the shithead team where we just were the shitheads, the 16-year-old shitheads, and now we're the fucking I would say the chillest team in BPL. And we may not have had the same success as some other teams, but I think on my end, I definitely got caught up with some life stuff, some work stuff. I'm not the same 16-year-old kid that can scrim 5 times a week. But I think the vibes and the people on this team are something that it's hard to replicate. I think we had a fucking phenomenal group, and I think despite the performance, I think it's a really special group.
That's W vibes, to be honest. I guess anyone got plans for upcoming potential KLs, SPCSs? Like, anyone got any plans to further the competition? Is this maybe this experience sort of pushed anyone to still try and play in these team environments, or not? How are we all feeling? Sammy, Toxic, and Baloney, you guys haven't talked. So.
Oh yeah, can we give a shout out? Like, I want Toxic to speak in a second, but I also Sammy doesn't talk as much. I need to shout out Sammy first, because Sammy is a rookie. Sammy is one of the best flex supports I've ever played with, and fucking like a shithead in a funny way.
What did I do?
Hey, somebody's gotta own the vibes on the team, all right?
That's
so
true.
I feel like Sammy's cooking with that.
No, Sammy's so lovely.
Yeah, it's unfortunate because I want to play more of these like tournament style, events, but it's hard with my schedule, and right now I'm like, oh, maybe I'll do more, but it's tough with the schedule. I think if I had a more flexible schedule, maybe we could have done more and played more scrims, but it is what it is.
Hindsight's 2020.
Yeah. If it was only
we've all got jobs. That's the real problem.
Yeah, if only it was 2020.
Yeah, minus the bad part. Minus the bad part.
Yeah, no, everyone on this team down, like, I'd say 4 years, we're winning the league, because we're going to have...
I
Just
mean,
remember us in 4 years.
There is always that opportunity to bring the team back together. For those that may not know, BPL works on why am I forgetting the word?
Basically yearly annual schedule at this point, right? Like,
well, not that. I was thinking the
like Snowdown.
No, I was thinking. Why am I forgetting the word of start of the season when they pick out all the players, but they bid on them? The draft. There we go. I'm being a military man. I don't know why I forget the word draft, but the auction. So not a guarantee that we might see Yatagarasu back in the same way, but I mean, there's always a possibility of getting the gang back together next year, because some old guy earlier said that we're starting up again in the fall. I don't know who that guy was, but BPL has a long off season. It's only a yearly thing, so we'll be waiting until 2027 to see that next one come up. But I mean, y'all poured your hearts out there. I've caught a couple of your other matches while I've been back in the caster seat, and y'all did as phenomenal a job as you could have. So, Jace, any other questions before we give them a chance to shout folks out and give them their leave for the evening?
No, I'll just hand the mic over to Toxic. It's all you if you want to say anything that's on your mind, Toxic.
I mean, what was the question you asked that I didn't get to answer earlier? There was like it was like the tournament. I'm probably not going to do another tournament because it was nice this time because BPL like ran in the summer. I don't know if like it usually runs in the summer. It was my first time doing BPL.
Yeah, it
like
does.
all the other tournaments like run during like the school year.
Yeah,
winter, fall, and I'm like busy with uni. So I actually have a calc final tomorrow that I got to study for.
Woo!
So
well, now you got time.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Just hope you win.
They're totally gonna study.
Yeah. Play scrims for your
I'm gonna be up till like 3 a.m. I'm about to go drink some coffee or something.
You got it. I believe in that. Well, Yatagarasu, thank you so much for joining us. Want to give it a chance for each person. We'll just go alphabetically down the list, buttons if you want to start off. Any shout outs, whether it be from your team, family, friends, folks in the chat, whoever you want to shout out, now's the time to do so.
Well, I love my girlfriend. I have to say that first. I've said my piece. I've said my piece. My team's wonderful. Shout out Teku for giving me the opportunity. And yeah, give it to Baloney. He hasn't said anything. Give the mic.
Right,
give the mic to the man.
You want to give it to me? The shout out, Snowdown, we're coming back again. Hear us. Feel the rush will come back. 2027, we're feeding families this year.
All right.
From 0 wins to 5 wins in 1 year. You just wait. We're winning it all.
I see it. Amy?
Shout out to my computer. Shout out to my internet for not giving out. And of course, the wonderful people that I met on this team. We'll stay connected. It's been fun.
All right, Toxic.
Shout out my team. Shout out my friend group. I'm watching NVC watch this game. LCS, Glitch, Try, Kiddo, and well, Cry's not there, but Cry also shout out Cry. But yeah.
I try.
Hello,
right.
Hello, all the watch parties. Yes.
There you go. And last but certainly not least, the most Xbox gamer name I know, XX Edgy Mama XX.
I don't Xbox gamer tag.
I want to shout out. Yeah, I want to shout out the team. The team was great. Y'all are awesome. I'm so glad that I enjoyed this. And then I want to shout out my girlfriend, Chelsea, and Nijika. Yeah, that's it.
W.
Right.
W.
Well, Yatagarasu, thank you so much. Oh, go ahead, Jason.
No, I was just gonna joke. Shout out Overwatch players finding love because it's rare, isn't it?
Man, I hate happy
She's in
couples.
B-League.
Get
We
fan
both
for
lost
anything
today.
else other than love nowadays, for sure. So we love
Cheers,
seeing
mate.
it. Yatagarasu, thank you so much for spending some time with us. We're gonna let you go to enjoy the rest of the season unburdened by having to climb your way up the ladder. But we hope you tune in and cheer on some of the other teams that are making their way through the bracket.
Fuck yeah.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
All right, have a good one.
Thank you, everyone. Bye, boy.
Jace, it has been a crazy night of Overwatch. A lot of one-sided fights, which, later on in the playoffs, we don't really expect as much. And it's, it can be for a variety of reasons. But as we can see, we got a couple of 3-1s, Odin moving on, Freefall moving on, whereas Hongsa and Pachisuba being very definitive in how they wanted to run things down. And this is interesting, knowing that Pachisuba only, I think their previous match went a full 5 maps in that particular one. So it's very interesting to see how these teams are having to make those quick adjustments, because the regular season only shows us so much. It's the playoffs where we really get to see the mettle of these teams, and I'm excited to see how these end out in the coming weeks. Thank you so much for jumping in and casting with me. Thank you so much to the producers and observers behind the scenes. We absolutely love those folks and all the work, all the amazing work that they do here at BPL. Jace, anything else you want to say before we sign off for the evening?
No, I think I'm mostly good. I'm not sure if we've got a graphic or anything for.
Oh yes, we do have
to show for something.
We do
else.
have a match tomorrow. I was told we do have to show that. So
yeah,
we've got our one match on Monday: External X versus Chosen at 8:30 p.m. So I believe we're going to be trying to cover that. Not 100% certain, but if we do or don't. Find a way to watch it. I'm sure somebody on the team will be streaming it if we're not handling it. I got an maybe, so we will see. We'll do our best.
Potentially.
Who knows? The playoffs is crazy. It's getting to the end of summer. People's schedules getting hectic with the start of school and whatnot. So we're trying to do the best. As you know, all the folks here volunteer, working their buns off to make some amazing Overwatch happen. But from all of us here at BPL, Jace and myself, thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you next time for more Bad Pachimari League.
See ya.